Okay, so I'm just going to continue with what we were doing yesterday, which is we made a bunch of hardcore characters. Hardcore tree, hardcore tear, hardcore fur, and how to do core Auri. Um, and we were taking each of these characters through the beginning of the game, right? Getting to max HP, getting to a point where things were stable, we could explore the rest of the world, start fighting bosses, whatever. And I want to continue with those 4 characters today and see what kind of situation we get into, what works, what doesn't, with the idea of trying to find things that work well that an average player could do to get through pre-hard mode without dying. And hey, Mango Schmangos, Ninja Fefe 666, Killer of King 6917, Lich Y3 W3D, that's not a Y, it's a W. Get my letters mixed up. Diffract Sliver 1031, Neat Hedonist, Flambeau 6554, Zenvote, Neat Hedonist, and Hell 2D10. 2D10's a nice number. So the question is, which one of these do we start with? We started with this one here, which is also our least progressed character. We only played for half an hour, because this whole world was scuffed. I think the third character we played quite a bit with, and this might be a good place to start. We did goblins on this character. Hardcore. This one. Yeah. This character is pretty progressed. We don't have cactus armor. The first one is one with 2 crimsons, yeah. On either side of world spawn. We're at full HP. We've got... Oh, there's a bit of glare. It's a bright day today compared to yesterday. I gotta move my monitor a little bit. Okay. We've got a double jump. We've got boots. We're totally in a fine position to kill the Eye of Cthulhu like this. I think we're also in a fine position to kill the Brain of Cthulhu. So maybe we work towards that. Actually, you know what? In the last world, we had decided to kill the Eye of Cthulhu, pretty much immediately, right? But basically with what we have right now, actually less than what we have right now. We didn't even have a double jump in that world. Kill the Eye of Cthulhu. In this world, I saw a lot of people indicating that they felt like I was fighting the Eye of Cthulhu with too little defense. And that most players would benefit from getting a bit more defense. So maybe we go mining to try to finish up a silver armor set. We're not that far from it. What is like 60 bars for a silver armor set? 25, 15, that's 40. Yeah, 60 bars. So we only need 19 silver. It's not that much. While we're doing that, we could go mining in a biome that would be helpful to us. That could be the Underground Desert, which I think we've already been to a little bit. Underground Desert has mining potions, Ancient Chisel, that's very solid. We have a shark statue. We could make hunter potions if we wanted to. Maybe we do that. Maybe we err on the side of caution. We go kill a couple sharks, make a couple hunter potions. Do I have pressure plates? Well, I can find wiring, and I'm sure I can make pressure plates somewhere. So we'll play a little more conservatively with this character. Yeah, and they used to be more expensive, Susho. 60 bows is after they reduced how many bows it took. It used to be like 80 or something. They were ridiculous. That's part of why I don't think it's super worth getting them, because if you don't get a lot of the bows out of chests, it takes a long time. So here's what we're going to do. We're going to identify a place we can farm some sharks. We're going to get hunter potions. We're going to take those hunter potions, danger sense potions, and some mining buffs. I'm going to go down to the Underground Desert. We're going to try to get silver bows there. There's a thing there, but it's... although, it's actually kind of difficult to explore the Underground Desert without Spelunker potions. Do I have a Star Fury? I don't have a Star Fury. We actually might not be able to find very much in the Underground Desert because, well, we do have a metal detector, but metal detector triangulation isn't the most consistent. Oh, there's probably a dead man's chest I could have picked up to spawn sharks. We're down here looking for a pressure plate. Do I have a... No, I don't have a fall damage. immunity thing. That's why I should keep a pressure plate on you. We would have been able to farm these sharks super easily. Dude, there's so many life crystals. It's so easy to find life crystals. Yeah, maybe we go to the jungle instead. Jungle would also get us a staff of regrowth for herb farming. That's quite nice. It's actually a fair amount of silver down there. I think looking for more ores to greed a full armor set might be more dangerous. I don't think so. I think it's only 19 ores. That's what, 76 bows? That's really not that bad. Plus we have full HP. We're not really... There's not really much danger to mining right now. The most dangerous thing is stepping on a trap. And honestly, I'll drink a danger sense potion just to, you know, make sure that we don't accidentally step on anything. That's a good precaution. It'll let us see pressure plates and everything. You're the only one who does Skeletron first. You feel like all bosses before don't really offer much. I mean, I think the Brain of Cthulhu certainly offers much. He gives you a full armor set. Okay, there's a pressure plate. I don't think the Eye of Cthulhu offers much, but he does let you farm herbs, which can be nice. Oh, hello, Shelly. Get out of here. We need a couple shark fins from this. We don't need that many. Oh, I thought he was going to go on the platform. I'm using danger sense. Why not ride the rail? I just didn't need to. I don't know. You bet I don't play a gambling game on Roblox. Yeah, you'd win that bet. I do not play a gambling game on Roblox. Yeah, that's 2 shark fins already. I think 3 is a solid amount for this. Basically, we're going to take shark fins and danger sense potions. And use those to be pretty much safe in the jungle. There really shouldn't be a whole lot that can threaten us if we have perfect information about where enemies are and where traps are. And we're going to look for chests. They're pretty easy to find in the jungle. That could potentially get us boomstick. We could go for like a blade of grass or something, but I think I'll go for different weapons for different characters. I think I'll use a different character to go for like a blade of grass jungle strategy. I think I'm going to try for like a poison throwing knives, rotted fork thing for this character. Advising a specific weapon I don't think is super great because people are going to like to use different things. And if you advise something that's good right now, it might get nerfed later. You know, there's a update coming quite soon. And if I do something like, oh, hey, yeah, go get the boomstick from the jungle. Boomstick from the jungle's great. And then next update, boomstick's mega nerfed. It fucking sucks. Then, you know, that whole piece of advice is useless. So I don't want to rely on something like, yeah, just go get such and such from such and such. What am I missing? Bottled water. Out of water. Oh, I never had water. There's water over here. What is this testing for? Testing limits generally of something. So I'm making a hardcore guide, and I'm trying to determine what things would work well and can be consistently done by an average player. Boomstick out nerfs, you feel like that would make early game Ranger more boring? I don't think so at all. I think early game Ranger has plenty of other great options besides the boomstick. The other nice thing about looting stuff in the jungle is there's a lot of chests, and chests usually have ores as secondary loot, so you can usually get the stuff for an armor set just by getting chests. Like the silver that we already have. We didn't mine for this, we just got this from chests. So we get more chests, we get more Okay, we're out of the stuff for danger sense potions, so we only have 1, but the jungle's not a super dangerous place because you don't really have as many traps there. I think shine potions would be good here. And we have 1 mining potion. That's okay. More would be better, but we work with what we have. The jungle is off to the right. So let's head over there. I'm going to hit trees to try to get some fruit for a mining speed buff. There we go. Whether weapon is good, has a very limited amount of dimensions most of the time. Also make people tunnel vision on those specific things and not understand why a thing is good. Yeah, yeah. It's better to just be like, yeah, these are all potential. Weird cobweb generation. These are all potentially good things. You don't have to get any specific one, but you know, a musket will be fine. Boomstick will be fine. Poison throwing knives will be fine. Blade of grass will be fine. Thunder zapper would be fine. You know, there's tons of potential avenues. You don't have to adhere to any one specific one to succeed. You don't think you'll ever have the guts to do medium or hardcore, even though the medium playthroughs be equipped pre-boss? Yeah, I mean, I think the beginning of the game is one of the most difficult times for these playthroughs, at least in pre-hard mode. Generally, in both hard mode and pre-hard mode, the beginning of both of them is the most difficult. At the beginning of pre-hard mode, you got no weapons, you got no HP. Especially on high difficulties, you might die in 2 or 3 hits, maybe even 1 hit if you're in, like, the jungle or... is there anything else that would one-shot? I guess the Underworld, but... yeah, super dangerous spot to be in. I'll take some Moonglow, because that could potentially be Spelunker Potions. Actually, do I go back and make Spelunker Potions now with my Moonglow? Genuinely, that might be the play. It doesn't take that long to run back here, and a Spelunker Potion would significantly improve my ability to get treasure. Yeah, you know, I'm going to do that. Okay, we picked up the second Moonglow. Please tell me I have... Okay, yeah, I have Platinum Ore. Yeah, we make a couple Spelunker Potions. This is why getting those potion materials was fantastic, because now we just have the full suite. Hunter, Night Owl, Shine, Spelunker, Danger Sense, Mining. We can be extremely efficient. And we can rip through this jungle getting a ton of stuff, hopefully. Flexing Master Mode Hardcore, Die to Explosive Trap, Cave Strat works though. Yeah, that's why, if you're before Skeletron, honestly, if you're going anywhere underground that you've never been before, you should have a Danger Sense Potion. Unless you are supremely confident with spotting traps, which even the most experienced players will mess up sometimes or get overconfident. The risk of stepping on an explosive trap, there'll only be like 2 or 3 in a world. They're really not a common trap. It's entirely possible you go through an entire playthrough without finding one. But it's very easy to just instantly die if you happen to find one, because they deal 500 damage. Yeah, after Skeletron, if you buy a grand design, or honestly just a mechanical lens, that will permanently highlight wiring. You can get it from the mechanic. And at that point, you should be completely safe from traps. As long as you keep that on you and you keep forced wiring display, it's a toggle up here. It should default to being on. Then you should be able to see any trap coming, and you should never die to an explosive trap. You unfortunately died in Hardcore Expert to Pillars. Yeah, I've died to Pillars before. There was a... I mean... Most of the time that I die on a stream is just from reading chat. And just not paying that much attention to what's going on. Which I think the first thing I streamed was a legendary hardcore run back pre 1.4.4 for the Worthy. And I think I just died to a nebula floater because I wasn't really paying that much attention. I forgot they dished out a ton of contact damage and just kind of teleport on top of you. I think this was before their teleporting nerf. And so I just got hit like 2 or 3 times in a row by one, eating through beetle armor. Okay, let's drink this, and with perfect information, we can progress pretty quickly. We know there's a man-eater, but we know it was coming, so we can just kind of skirt around it, avoid it. There's a ton of silver here. Do I mine it? Honestly, probably not, but since we want to prioritize getting that armor set, I think I'm going to. My mining speed should be pretty decent too. Yeah, this is not a bad speed. Yeah, let's see. We needed 76 silver ore. Honestly, we already had some silver ore, so this is already enough for our armor set. We're good. Now we can just focus on getting jungle stuff. There's a life crystal down here. Life crystal isn't bad to get even after Danger Sense coming in clutch there. Let's just highlight that boulder. Although you could just look at the stone. If there's stone in the jungle, it's usually a boulder. Even though the Moonglow is out of bloom, I think it's worth getting Moonglow with a Spelunker Potion. Same thing with a Blink Root. If you drank a Spelunker Potion, especially if you made it yourself, you don't have a consistent farm for Blink Root or Moonglow. and you see a Moonglow or Blinkroot out of bloom on a Spelunker potion, pick it up. There's a tree here. Picking it up, you won't get seeds, but it'll let you make another Spelunker potion, which basically means the Spelunker potion paid for itself. And there's gonna be more Blinkroot and Moonglow. Like, it'll grow more. Why not go straight to Platinum? Because we already have a ton of silver, and we don't need anything that incredible. We got a boomstick. Will I use the boomstick? I don't know. But by this point, if we wanted to, the boomstick would certainly let us do most things in pre-hard mode with minimal trouble. I mean, we've got to use a boomstick on one of these characters, right? Or some very strong jungle item. I did really want to use poison throwing knives, though. Am I focused on any one class type? No. What I would really like down here is a Staff of Regrowth, because that is very long. Very good long-term implications for herb farming. Although, honestly, now that I got Spelunker Potions, I could actually go to the Underground Desert as well. Actually, what else would I want in the jungle? Staff of Regrowth, you know, it's fine. Not necessary, but it's good. I should keep these on me if I'm about to go to the Underground Desert. You don't need a Staff of Regrowth, it's just nice to have. And I think if I had to choose between a Staff of Regrowth and an Ancient Chisel, I'd probably rather have an Ancient Chisel. There's a chest up there. I would not mind hunting for Anklet of the Wind. It's okay. Well, we'll see if we can just get a Staff of Regrowth real quick. Another boomstick. 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 No difference between them. Silver bows. Couldn't hurt. That's silver bullets. I should have cleaned up my inventory a little bit. Get these out of here. Another chest. Feral Claws. Another Spelunker potion. Refunded it. That's good. I don't want to deal with a lot of these enemies right now, so we're just going to go ahead and ignore them. I'm really just looking for a Staff of Regrowth. Life crystals are free money. This is free silver ore. Fun fact, if you activate a detonator from maximum distance, it will never blow you up. Because the explosive always generates far enough away from the detonator that if you stand from maximum distance horizontally, it will never explode you. If you stand on the detonator and blow it up, it can blow you up, depending on how far away the explosive generated. But you can be certain that if you're standing at maximum distance, it will never blow you up. Yeah, I want to go to the desert. I'm sick of here. All these... Get this enchanted boomerang out of here. We've got the stuff for a desert. We've still got 7 minutes of danger sense to give us pretty good odds. But if you stand on the explosive, if you can time an iframe, you'd be safe. I played Calamity in the past. Would I ever go back with one of the many add-ons? I mean, I guess I don't really like Calamity that much. Like, I think the things that Infernum adds aren't really things that I liked about Calamity mod. So I don't think I would really enjoy Calamity mod with Infernum. I mean, I might go back and play Calamity mod if it gets updated or something. But as of right now, I don't really have any intentions to. I don't think it's the sort of thing that I would enjoy. Okay, chest detected nearby immediately. Would be awesome if that was an Ancient Chisel. Because of the Hunter Potion, we can see that there's danger coming in from that giant antlion charger, so we can go ahead and put that down. That's why Hunter Potions are incredible to have. We'll wait for that sand slime to jump. Chest over there. If we're lucky, that just has... will this destroy... No. Yeah. Again, the Hunter Potion, having perfect information about where an enemy is coming, lets us just block them off. Don't even have to deal with them. Although, we actually do want to deal with them. And I think the Rotted Fork should be sufficient for this. Yeah, Rotted Fork is pretty awesome. Because we want Antlion Mantles, because that's mining potions. And we have the means of killing them, so we might as well. How many hardcore playthroughs have I completed? Oh, dude, I have no idea. I started playing hardcore back in, like, 2014, 2015 or something. Chisel? Chisel! Nice. The only other thing we might want down here is a magic conch, which... We've got the Spelunker potion, so we might as well, you know, search for one. I'm going to go ahead and kill all these guys. The nice thing about the underground desert is that it doesn't really have... So this is a situation where I had mentioned that half HP rule, where if you fall below half HP and your potion is on cooldown, you should recall if you are unable to get to a safe location. However, I am able to get to a safe location here. I killed the enemies that were damaging me. That means that I can no longer take damage unless a worm spawns, which is pretty unlikely. So, instead of recalling, I can just sit here for a minute, regen my HP with the campfire, and then just keep exploring once my potion comes back off cooldown. I should attack these through the door, because the cactus can't go through the door. The Rotted Fork is perfectly fine at stun-locking these guys. This should get us plenty of mandibles. Would actually be a pretty dangerous situation if I didn't have the goat Rotted Fork, but we're fine. Another chest detected nearby. Could be off to the left, could be down below. Let me check. Down below. Drink another Hunter Potion. Do you have any plans for more comprehensive guide videos? I mean, yeah, but probably not until 1.4.5 comes out. There's only so much stuff to make guides on that are useful, and it takes a long time. I do have, you know, other stuff to do. Rotted Fork is honestly really excellent in the underground desert. More boots, whatever. Being able to just stun lock anything. It's good for worms. It'll completely stun lock things. You can attack through blocks, which allows you to trigger cactus. Get the golfer. Really fantastic weapon for this biome. Yeah, and this is great weight. This weapon is awesome. I haven't used the Rotted Fork that much since they gave it the little red thing at the end, but this thing kicks ass. It's got a good reforge too, but damn. Dude, who the hell needs to get like an Undertaker? Just use a fucking Rotted Fork. This thing's incredible. Alright. Not a perfect weapon. It does have a couple flaws. It's not going to completely trivialize it, but if you use it safely, I wanted to see how ambitious we could get with it. It does have a little bit of a flaw where between swings, the antlions can kind of jump at you and dodge the next swing. So comparable DPS to Blade of Grass on Eye. Baller Hood, eat your heart out. I'm gonna do that whole sand thing again. Knock these guys down. And I'm gonna go ahead and throw a shuriken here. Pop that. Another chest detected nearby. My mining potion wore off, which is a little unfortunate, but Why no armor? Well, we actually got the stuff to make silver armor. We just haven't made it yet because I wanted to get here before my potion buffs were off. That's the main reason. You know what? Let me... It's possible the chest could be down. I didn't really see clearly, so let's... Nope. Chest is actually up. Up and to the right, I think. Yeah, there it is. Pretty sure the corruption or the crimson heart drops are outright better than the corruption orb items. Not necessarily. The Vile Thorn and Crimson Rod fill very different niches. No luck with a conch yet. I'll wear out this last Spelunker potion. After that, we'll just, you know, go conchless if there's no luck with one. I don't want to bend over backwards to try to force getting a conch. I mean, both the melee weapons are quite effective against their respective boss. The Rotted Fork kicks the shit out of the Brain of Cthulhu's second phase, and the Ball of Hurt's quite solid against the Eater. The Vile Thorn is a hell of a lot better against the Eater than the Crimson Rod is against the Brain. The Crimson Rod is incredibly effective against Deal Clubs, though, which is kind of silly. Something about the way that the projectiles lose their piercing and hit multiple times. It's actually very good against Deal Clubs. I'd prefer a musket over an Undertaker in most situations. I think for the Eye of Cthulhu specifically, I would rather have an Undertaker. But for anything else, I'd rather have a musket. The reason is, it's actually kind of hard to hit the Eye of Cthulhu with a musket near death. Whereas the Undertaker's higher rate of fire really helps when it's chain dashing all over the place. Yo, Snake Charmer's Flute. Dude, this weapon is awesome. Get up here? No. I've got 2 minutes to Spelunker. Let's see what we can make happen. Fossil Armor is not that good. Yeah, I just don't think Fossil Armor is that worth it. I think the buffs are very mediocre. You don't really need damage buffs at this stage in the game. Or ammo reservation, which are the two things that Fossil Armor provides. Defense-wise, you know, it's what? About equivalent to, like, silver or tungsten armor. Isn't it, like, 13 defense or something? Which really isn't that great. So the defense isn't that great. The offensive capabilities really just aren't needed. And you have to spend a lot of time trucking around the underground desert. You'd probably be better off, honestly, just using the fossil you got to make a fossil pickaxe or, you know, bone throwing knives, bone javelin. There's a magic conch. And another gravitation potion for looting Sky Islands. This was a phenomenally useful trip. This is really the value of having some buffs to mining speed and sensory stuff. We were able to do all of this. Oh, there's no covering stuff. That's why. We were able to do all of this with zero risk to ourselves, more or less. There was technically a little bit of risk. You know, we could have potentially hit a boulder or a cactus at a bad spot, but pretty much completely safe. We can go ahead and buy that. We've still got Danger Sense potions and Hunter buffs. Let's run down to the Cavern Pylon and buy a Cavern Pylon, since the Arm Stealer and Nurse are down there. Yeah, at this point, we can make a silver armor set. We can... we've got very effective weapons. We can probably just steamroll through basically all the bosses. I mean, what else is there really even to do in pre-hard mode? We can make an herb farm once we kill a boss and get a dryad. I think it's a bit too late in the night right now to fight the Eye of Cthulhu. Try to have a complete shell phone and Terraspark boots before hard mode. I don't like doing that in hardcore because I think that anything that requires a significant time investment that isn't going to significantly impact your ability to, you know, survive or win or whatever, is often going to lead to situations that make players feel burnt out. You don't think this is late pre-hard mode? It's going to be late pre-hard mode very soon. Immediately after this, we go fight the Eye of Cthulhu, then we fight the Brain of Cthulhu, then we fight Skeletron, then we're in late pre-hard mode. There's not really anything else to do. Did we rescue the Goblin Tinkerer in this world? I think we killed a Goblin Invasion in this world. Not even 100% sure. But yeah, at this stage in the game, the only thing that I think can reasonably kill us is getting complacent and ignoring something that's very dangerous. A boulder trap could potentially kill me with a bad damage roll. They deal, what, 420 base damage on Master Mode. An explosive trap will kill me. It's unsurvivable. In pre-hard mode. Maybe with, you know, late pre-hard mode armor values and a low damage luck roll, you might survive one, but yeah, it'll fuck you up. Falling in lava repeatedly, getting hit multiple times consecutively in the dungeon or Underworld could kill me. Hard mode railroads you all the way up to Golem if you don't want your world to be a red/pink/purple mess. Would I still fish for potion ingredients? I don't think fishing for potion ingredients is worthwhile for anyone until hard mode. I think in hard mode, there's a reasonable argument to be made for a couple of the boss fights that people might find more difficult. Oh, I didn't even buy a pylon back here yet. Alright, let's fix that. Okay. Yeah, what time is it? Time for us to get a watch. Or is the trick to stop the eye from spawning? If you have less than 10 defense, the Eye of Cthulhu won't get a spawning message. If the spawning message happens, you can avoid the Eye of Cthulhu by staying underground for the entire night. Oh, it's an vanity slot. Yeah, we wouldn't have had time to kill the Eye of Cthulhu. We don't have an arena or anything, but next night we can kill the Eye of Cthulhu. Go ahead and keep these in here for now. I don't think we did kill a Goblin Invasion in this world. Not yet. Conch on us. Oh, we haven't even explored Sky Islands in this world. Okay. Yeah, that's something to do. We've got teleportation potions. Those are nice. Is he stupid? No, that was a crazy trick shot. Okay. Man throws grenade at himself, but accidentally hits the demon eye anyway. It's my hour count on Terraria, like 6,000. I don't, quite remember the exact number. Let's, sell this extra stuff. Do we buy a mini shark? No, we've got a boomstick. We can just coast off that. Money is not something we're doing super great on right now, so. Okay. Let's say this character is the... We'll call this the boomstick character. Why sell Dune Riders? Because I've already got Dune Riders. They're a duplicate. I think this character will just be the generic use ranged weapons. We've got Boomstick. We can get Phoenix Blaster from Skeletron. We can coast through there. There's another pair of Dune Rider boots. We've got bass statues. That's nice. Extractinator, I guess I can hold on to just in case. Spare cloud in a bottle. Get rid of that. Spare magic mirrors. Get rid of those. And encumbering stone is actually worth like a gold. So even though it's a really annoying item, they're not the worst thing to keep around because they're worth a lot of money. So flare gun. Don't need that. Garden gnome could come in handy. Let's head back. We can go ahead and extractinate these fossils, I guess. Hermes boots and sailfish boots to get conditional speed bonuses like Dune Riders. Hermes boots or, like flurry boots? What would Hermes boots conditional speed bonus be? Got tons of potion ingredients here. Once we get the Dryad, we can start farming these. For the time being, I don't need the Undertaker anymore. Boomstick can supplant that. Magic Mirror is okay to hold on to. I'll keep the Lava Bucket in case a Goblin invasion happens. Hunter Potion can get out of here. Desert Torches, don't need those. Scarab Bombs, I can just keep in a domestic terrorism chest. Keep some bombs on me. Shark statue, we don't need right now. Restoration potions are... Let me just keep all these in here, consolidate some inventory space. We can go ahead and combine these into regular healing potions. I'm a dumbass. Hold on. We can go ahead and combine these into regular healing potions. You're here. Sell the Undertaker, and now our inventory is pretty sorted. Garden Gnome we can just slap down, as can the mass statues. Let's buy some ammo. Okay, we don't need arrows. Those are not useful at this point. We've got boomstick ammo. We've got silver armor. We got the stuff for silver armor. This gets us up to 18 defense from what? Well, we had bass statue actually, so not quite. Gets us up to, what is it? 12 defense. 4, 7, 10, 13 defense. 13 defense. So that's 13 less damage per hit. Eye of Cthulhu does 45 damage phase 1. That's an extra 13 damage off with an Iron Skin potion and a bass statue. That's roughly taking half damage from the Eye of Cthulhu, right? So that's solid. Phase 2, it's a little less than half. I think he does like 50 something base damage, but yeah, I mean half damage from the Eye of Cthulhu. That's a solid defense value. You can sell this Undertaker. No need for it. We can also go ahead and do some other stuff. Let's build an arena. Do we have the stuff for a builder potion, or do we have a builder potion lying around? We do. Let's make a quick little Eye of Cthulhu arena. We have a double jump. Ideally, you want to space your platforms just tall enough that you can double jump between them, small enough so that an enemy on one platform would not be able to jump and hit you on the platform above it. For the beginning of the game, at least. Hard mode bundle of balloons upgrade? As long as it doesn't do what Calamity Mod does. I hate the Calamity Mod bundle of balloons upgrade line because it turns it into wings. And the whole benefit of the bundle of balloons is that it stacks with wings. So I remember, I think I was using the bundle of balloons until the end of the game in Calamity Mod. No, the bundle of balloons is really, really good stacking with wings. 3 double jumps plus an acceleration speed bonus is quite powerful. So even if you have wings, it's still worth keeping on. Like on Duke Fishron, the bundle of balloons is incredible with wings. It makes your wings better, and it gives you basically air dashes are what double jumps are, more or less. Yeah, remember that any balloon will give you a like 30% ascension speed bonus for wings, which is very similar to what a frog leg upgrade does. I think frog leg is like 32%, or maybe balloons are like 28% and frog leg is like 30%. It's something like that. They're really good at making your wings better. Is this stream groundbreaking? No. No, this isn't reinventing, or this isn't inventing the wheel. It's mostly trying to figure out what's consistent and what works well. I feel like one issue that a lot of players who have a lot of time in a game can fall into is assuming the average player is a lot more familiar or good at things than they actually are. And I think in the context of a hardcore guide, trying to look at things from the perspective of just your average Joe who's fine at the game, but they're not incredible at it and are not going to be able to pull off particularly difficult strategies is nice. I saw one person complaining in a comment on the last stream that it was annoying how much I was underestimating the average player, and that your average player wouldn't just immediately die to the first jungle bat in the jungle. But I don't know, man. I kind of disagree. I think a lot of players, if they walked up to the jungle with no means to protect themselves, would just die to the first jungle bat in the jungle. Right? You've got like a wand of sproking. Good luck. It's master mode. It two-shots you. You have no mobility. I don't even think you have a speed buff. You found like the goat mount? Ah, from the Wall of Flesh? Yeah. You absolutely died to the first jungle bat or first Eater of Souls like 15 separate times? Yeah, like... like, dude, new players die to bats so much. They are hyper lethal. Oh, we have a conch. We can go loot oceans. Do we have a gills potion? No gills potion, but as long as you keep an eye on your breath meter, you should be fine. Oh, we have Dune Rider boots, which are actually cracked for exploring the ocean because you get the speed buff on sand. Okay, be very careful around jellyfish. Do not swing at them with a melee weapon because they will counterattack, basically. We see no chest detected nearby in the metal detector, so we know it's safe. We got water walking boots. That's solid. Inner tube. That's good. It's really fun how the inner tube scales its ascension speed based on how long you've been ascending for. You can do some crazy shit like this, flying into the air off the inner tube. I remember in the underwater world, I fucking skyrocketed from the surface to the skybox in a large world and just like clipped through several blocks. Why is my voice less deep on stream compared to videos? Because I usually put on a narrating voice for videos and have a lot more specificity for how I record lines. You know, the way that you talk when you're in a makeshift recording booth versus the way you talk when you are just, like, sitting at your desk are going to be a bit different, you know? I spent all my voice depth on the guide grinder. Yeah, I'm still recharging after that. Yo, is our spawn point directly on the... Oh, wait, no. Right, I didn't recall it. I thought I used a recall potion. I teleported on the forest pylon. I was going to be like, yo, that's sick as hell. No, I just used the forest pylon to come back. I'm a dumbass. Angel statue. This is a godless land. Oh, believe in angels. Okay, we fight the Eye of Cthulhu tonight, and then day after that we can go fight the Eater. Or, sorry, not Eater, Brain. And then yeah, we just roll through pre-hard mode. I mean, I think everything that I've done in this stream so far is something that should be pretty replicable, right? Like, there was nothing... you know, I probably made my way through the through the underground desert and jungle pretty quickly, but that's what potions let you do. And as long as you were collecting herbs as you were going through the beginning of the game, like I was, you should be able to make your way through the underground desert at a similar pace, I think. Why don't Angel Statue for Shimmer Monolith for better visibility on bot? Better visibility? Dude, I hate the Shimmer Monolith. If you need better visibility, just drink a Night Owl potion. This is on Master Mode. Afdikasarive. I have no idea how to pronounce that. I should get a bed to fast forward time. Actually, I could... What's our... Make some houses at this ocean. We do have a conch, but houses are houses, and having some NPCs certainly wouldn't hurt. Bat counter equals sword and wall. Yes, broadswords are very effective against bats. It's a good way of dealing with them. Am I going to go up to Wall of Flesh? Yeah, we should be able to. Kind of looks like a boot stuck in the sand. Well, beauty is in the eye of me. I'm the one that determines what beauty is. And I think it's beautiful. I should have made a palm wood table. Get rid of the last of my wood. Oh well. Yeah, I genuinely have no idea if we killed goblins on this world or not. Do we have goblins in the bestiary? No, we don't, so we must not have. You guys ready for the painter to die? I'll throw him a bone. You can... Do I always do the same setup for NPCs? No. No, I don't really think that hard about it. Where do you live? A gun barrel at the ocean? Hey, oceanfront property is valuable. I would not complain about getting free oceanfront property. There's no tax collector yet. These NPCs don't even have to pay anything to live here. Look, and I come back and I give generous gifts to these NPCs. Have I ever considered speedrunning Terraria? I don't like speedrunning Terraria. I don't think it's a fun game to speedrun. Okay, well, we have a boomstick, so the Eye of Cthulhu's dead. Honestly, we could probably kill the Eye of Cthulhu 4 times tonight. Oh, there's a wallet just. Still an evil presence watching me? Okay. I could have taken potion buffs, but honestly, like, with a boomstick, I really don't. I think we'll be fine. Hold on. That platform is a bit higher than is convenient. Yeah, unlike the previous world where we killed the Eye of Cthulhu, having a double jump really benefits your ability to avoid him when he's doing chain dashes. Did you get Falling Starred? Ooh, almost. That was really close. Yep. I mean, the defense was nice. It reduced how much damage he deals, but we did not need it. Eye of Cthulhu number 2. Sir, a second Eye of Cthulhu has hit the tower. It's 51, not 49. Focus on this one first. Yeah, if the Eye of Cthulhu is so good, why haven't they made an Eye of Cthulhu 2, huh? You love the shotgun's irrational levels of adoration. I don't really like the shotguns that much, honestly. Like, Boomstick is not my preferred weapon, but it is very good for the Eye of Cthulhu and most of the pre-hardmode bosses. Double jump is more important than boots? I disagree. For the Eye of Cthulhu, I think having boots is very, very important. Boots or, like, a lot of movement speed bonuses through, like, swiftness potion, food, stuff like that. Because this chain dash will really screw you over if you do not have the ability to move quickly horizontally. I also think a hook is really important for this general strategy. If you're not that good at using a hook, I think a longer horizontal platform is a good idea. Ideally, you kind of just keep looping back and forth. You'll take a few hits here and there, but it's fun. Hudson Betsy Wings and Soaring Insignia is the only movement accessories. I mean, that's 2 movement accessories, so you're doing pretty fine. Soaring Insignia plus any wings is perfectly fine for movement accessories. Usually, I keep boots up to the point where I get a Soaring Insignia and then just leave. Yeah, that's our defense coming in there. We've got 18 defense, which is... if we had an Iron Skin Potion, that takes us up to 26 defense, and we'd be in even less danger. But I hope it's pretty clear here. Like, this is way more than what you need to kill the Eye of Cthulhu. The mobility we have, the defense we have, we didn't need the silver armor here, but the silver armor made it safe, to the point where, like, there's no world where I could die to the Eye of Cthulhu here. And I don't think there's a world in which your average player would die to the Eye of Cthulhu like this. Even if you really messed up your dodging, like, I haven't fallen below 300 HP out of 400. So I think this would be extremely, extremely consistent. And I also don't think you need to do this much. I think this is way over preparing for the Eye of Cthulhu. I think as long as you've got the boots, the double jump, the hook, max HP, and if you're not confident, maybe silver armor, you're fine. You don't need a boomstick. Musket's fine. Undertaker's fine. Poison throwing knives are fine. Hell, shurikens are fine. Gold bow is fine. You really don't need to have, you know, gone to the jungle and underground desert and gotten the bass statue and all that stuff. We did, and it doesn't hurt, but... That's my hook. It's pretty easily, mainly because of how easy it is to learn the dodge pattern. Yeah, just running back and forth. I guess if you really were concerned about the Eye of Cthulhu, you could also make a Magiluminescence, but, like, it's the Eye of Cthulhu. You don't... Go on. I'm gonna keep one suspicious-looking eye. In case we need lenses for the twins later, we can shimmer it. Yeah, we are gonna go straight into evil and then do Skeletron. That's pretty much the play. We get plenty of money from this. Or is that a warding? Nah, we don't need defense that badly. Yeah. By the way, that was like a platinum. Great money. Yeah, speaking of which, I should keep enough for a Magiluminescence. It's 36 Crimtane ore. And we roll straight on through to the Brain of Cthulhu after this. Get a Magiluminescence. Swap that in. Movement speed buff's nice. I will make some potions for the brain. Regen's nice. We can go ahead and get some iron skin. What else? That's really about it. Are we boomsticking his second phase? For boomsticking his second phase, we probably make silver bullets. We could boomstick it. We could rotted fork it. We have options. An experienced player, you can basically beat him without any arena, even in legendary mode. I think there are a couple caveats to that. If you're beating him without an arena, I think that would usually require you to be in a situation where you have enough mobility and open space to continuously kite him across the world. Like Featherfall Potion, Surface and Get Fixed Boy, the Underworld Tunnel in Get Fixed Boy, having, you know, a double jump that's probably a bit more than a cloud in a bottle, maybe like a balloon. Just coming in with mobility like what I have right now and doing this without an arena in legendary mode could be a little tricky. Let's make some more platforms. If you need platforms, stone platforms are pretty nice. Yeah, I was gonna make another heart lantern, Pemluka, but yeah, I'm gonna make sure I bring one. That heart lantern's nice to have though. What's the Easter egg seed you should try first if you haven't done any before? What do you want in a seed? Do you want something that's difficult? Do you want something that's funny? Do you want something that's just different? If you want something that's difficult, for the worthy you get Fixed Boy. If you want something that's different, the Remix seed, Don't Dig Up, is pretty nice. If you want something that's funny, you could try No Traps or Not the Bees. You'll hate yourself, but yeah, it's pretty funny for a little bit at least. I think different. I think Remix is a good different seed. So type in Don't Dig Up to the world seed, and you'll get the Remix seed. Hello, Red Slime. Let me go ahead and get some platforms up here so that doesn't happen again. During Master Mode, how'd Poor run on a drunk seed trying to refrain from bone farming? I don't think it's just not necessary. If you are really, really concerned, you know, you can go ahead and get Necro Armor or Muramasa or Spinal Tap free boss, but you really don't need to. Using Celebration Seed for Journey Mode. Drunk Worlds are cool since they ensure you get alternative ores. Yeah, you don't have to worry about which ore type you get in a Drunk World, because they're both there. Although as a consequence of that, it can also be a bit difficult to accumulate enough of one ore, because the spawns are basically split between both the ores. Okay, I really don't want to have to deal with all these random enemies when I'm fighting the Eye of, or the Brain of Cthulhu, so let's block some of this stuff off. How am I placing torches? I'm using Smart Tool. If you hold Shift, it pulls out the tool to interact with the block you're hovering over. When there's nothing there, it just pulls out a torch. So if you press Shift, you'll pull out a torch. If you're hovering over a block and you press Shift, you'll pull out a pickaxe. If you're hovering over a background, or an altar, you'll pull out a hammer. Background walls, you pull out a torch. You're hovering over a tree, you'll pull out an axe, and so on. Okay, oh, let me get down this campfire. Forgot that one. Well, I can just, put that down afterwards. I made these poison throwing knives. I want to use them. Yeah, I wouldn't keep torches in your hotbar, because you can just pull them out at will. If you aim close to you, you pull out a torch. If you aim far away from you, you'll pull out a glow stick or a flare gun, whichever is first in your inventory. And you'll pull out whatever torch is first in your inventory, if you happen to have multiple types. So keep that in mind if you want to place biome torches or avoid placing biome torches. Yeah, poison throwing knives, very solid weapon for the evil bosses. They effectively knock back the creepers, so those work pretty well. Okay. Oh. Stop it. Bad brain of Cthulhu. Stop it. I have a boomstick. What am I doing? I'm not bothering with a rotted fork. I have a boomstick. Is there a pattern to those attacks? He picks a random location around you. I would not recommend sitting still, unless you're in a situation where you can manipulate his spawns. He'll never teleport inside a solid block if there are other blocks available. So if you were to sit, like, right here, he'll only teleport in the right two locations. If you sit up here, he'll only teleport below you. If you sit on flat ground, like over there, he'll only teleport above you. If I sat right here, it's possible he might only teleport up to my top left. But yeah, the beginning of that fight, I was using the rotted fork because honestly, I just forgot I had a boomstick. It's much easier to just move, and then you can kind of determine where the Brain of Cthulhu is based on how he moves compared to where you are. If you're sitting still, if he's in any of the 4 locations around you, it's really difficult to consistently hit him with a weapon moving this slowly. Like, I can't check all 4 locations before he hits me. Yeah, just, you know, use the weapon you got. Don't forget you got a boomstick. The Brain of Cthulhu is one of the most dangerous bosses for this stage in the game, though. Man, we did not get very many Crimtane. You know what? Let's go fight Skeletron. 20. We didn't have enough for an armor set. Damn, that's unfortunate. Boomstick Skeletron? I mean, yeah, why not? We'll be okay. Is the creeper behavior change and get fixed? But I think their acceleration is a bit different. The main thing to remember about creepers is that dealing any knockback to them causes them to retreat from their attack. Why don't I get a mini shout? Because I've got a broomstick. Boomstick is better than mini shark? I don't agree with that statement. However, the difference between a boomstick and a mini shark is not that great, and I don't need to spend 30 gold on a weapon when I have one that does the job perfectly fine. Would I go mine Hellstone before Skeletron? I don't need to. That's the thing. Like, what does Hellstone mining get me? It would get me an armor upgrade, but I've got armor. I've got silver armor. That's fine. It's not like I'm working with nothing. It would get me a weapon upgrade, but like, I've got a boomstick. Boomstick's fine. I don't need a weapon upgrade. This is a medium world Nimble Soul Thief. This is kind of an unnecessarily large Skeletron arena, but this is going to double as a Lunatic Cultist arena later, so I'm going to, you know, make it a little bit larger. Yeah, also keep in mind we're doing this with 4 characters, right? This is just one of the characters, so I'm not going to sit here doing a ton of preparation. I think... Yeah, those Eye of Cthulhu and Brain of Cthulhu fights, like, anyone should have been able to do that. And if you really struggle with the Brain of Cthulhu, you can always take him to the surface. He's very, very easy if you make an arena on the surface, because you have unlimited space to work with. Underworld gives half the Phoenix Blaster? Yeah, but I'll just go there once we get the handgun. No use getting half a Phoenix Blaster until I can get a full Phoenix Blaster. So we have not gotten goblins yet, and I think the Wall of Flesh is a boss that you should have some Warding Reforgers for to consistently do it, because it's not a fight you can bail on. And I think it's easy to get worn down by chip damage from the lasers and things. Oh, we had a traveling merchant. Bricklayer. Yeah, I'll take it. Nice to have. Pad Thai. Honestly, right now, we don't have a Dryad. I might actually buy a couple Pad Thai for food buffs. Pains me to say. Let's make some houses for the Dryad in the meantime. Where do we make a house? Do we try to find the Shimmer? We've got a bunch of Scarab Bombs, don't we? Yeah, we can look for the Shimmer. Would be a good place to set up a cavern pylon. It's the most fun phase of the game. I think early pre-hard mode is quite a nice stage of the game. Early pre-hard mode and early hard mode, I think, are both quite good. Yeah, Shimmer is always jungle side. I think Terraria does a very good job of making you feel weak in hard mode, despite how powerful you felt in pre-hard mode. Yeah, it hard mode does not pull its punches. If you drank Shimmer, you'd probably get poisoned and die. This is a good example of a situation where I could have died. I don't have a Danger Sense potion. I don't have traps highlighted. And if that had been an explosive trap, I would have died. Okay. No luck with Shimmer on the first pass. Time of day? We should head back. We can look for Shimmer later. Buy a big bank for item storage when we're in the dungeon. Reign of Confusion. Yeah, we can put that on. Scare bombs are good? Yeah, yeah. Spending your fossil on scare bombs is also a pretty nice option. Let's see. Shine Potion. I don't mind. Regen and Iron Skin are quite nice to have. We've got the stuff to spare for a Night Owl Potion. And you know what? Before nighttime, I'm gonna go look for floating islands. Star Fury is quite nice to have in the dungeon on account of Cursed Skulls going through blocks and Star Fury being very effective at killing them. Is a second boots not redundant? Not like I have much else to put on. None of these have reforges. See? And now we can put on something else. What are some of the least enjoyable points of the journey? Post-golem. I think Terraria gets quite boring in the endgame. I don't think it's very well designed. Shout out to Arcane. Yeah, we'd be able to use a Book of Skulls for twice as long if we got one to drop from Skeletron. Yeah, I think the pillars are a slog. The Moonlord's not a particularly fun fight. The whole of the end game just kind of feels like trying to get it over with. Because that part of the game just doesn't feel that fun. Why did I replace the Dune Riders? Because I don't particularly want the Dune Rider boots. Having inconsistent speed buffs isn't really that helpful. Yeah, Book of Skulls is not bad. It just kind of suffers from there being a lot of very good mage options in the end of pre-hardmode. By the time you've killed Skeletron, you got Aqua Scepter, you got Demon Scythe, you've got Magic Missile, you got a lot of stuff. You're digging straight down and somehow died to a boulder. Yeah, the reason for that is because if you destroy the blocks underneath the boulder will get activated and fall. You can't destroy a boulder, you can only activate a boulder. So if you're digging through a boulder, the boulder will get activated, and then it will just do its full boulder damage, like 400. Sucks all your weapons get replaced the moment you get pillar weapons. Yeah. Yeah, it doesn't feel rewarding getting items, and it feels more just like crossing stuff off a checklist, or... Okay. Quite unfortunate. We've got a little bit of time. We could check for a floating island here. Only one actual island on that side of the world. We do not have fall damage immunity, so we need to watch our gravitation potion buff very carefully. Recalls will cancel fall damage, which is nice. Let's go ahead and go up here. There is a floating island. I would have died if I committed to that. We'll go back to that island later. Right now, we need to go fight Skeletron before morning. I mean, there are pre-pillar weapons that can be good for the Moonlord. It's just... generally, the pillar weapons are going to be more effective or as effective. I'm not used to using the boomstick on Skeletron. I gotta get used to aiming this. That hit me. Oh, you know what's a really good line for Skeletron that I think is worth recommending to people who have difficulty with him? Panic Necklace. I think the Panic Necklace is a really awesome accessory for Skeletron. The hands can inflict a slow debuff, which can be really devastating. I think also having rocket boots or a double jump that's better than a cloud is a good idea for Skeletron. My vertical mobility isn't great right now. It's being supplemented by the balloon. I think most players should wait until they've done a Goblin invasion, or until they have a better double jump to fight Skeletron. Although, honestly, if I just had another layer of platforms, I think I'd be fine. Vertically. The issue is I can't... Normally, I'm used to having slightly better vertical mobility, so I'm used to just jumping over him doing that. But with only really 2 layers when I'm on the left side, it's a bit hard to get over him. But if I'm on this side here, I can just... Boop, go right over him. Like Slime Mount for Skeletron. Slime Mount's not bad. If you like counting, Skeletron always does 20 skulls when he's firing projectiles. Is that hand dead? I genuinely can't tell. Sometimes the hands just like to fly off in the middle of nowhere. Stop it. The hand's still alive. That hand's not dead. There it is. He went on a sabbatical. Okay, yeah, he always fires 20 skulls once both hands are dead. He fires 10 for each skull. Got a little bit of attention. Yeah, I think a little more vertical mobility or another layer of platforms would have been better here. The hand decided to be an astronaut? Yeah. Skeletron's a fight that really favors having some level of vertical mobility. Oh, thank you, Sam's Idol. Yo, Meteor! You've never seen his hand fly off like that? It actually happens pretty often. Usually it goes down or, like, to the side. I've never seen it go up. These amphibian boots, like a frog leg, if you want for Skeletron, I'd rather advise people to get stuff in the world instead of fishing. Amphibian leg's not bad, but at the same time, it's pretty slow to fish for. If you've been doing a lot of fishing, you'll probably get one, but just like... I want something for Skeletron. Okay, go fish for a frog leg. Oh, dude, that could take hours. Yeah, they added a lot of background animations for stuff. It's one of the things that, really makes the game feel, more alive, I guess. It just kind of has a lot of charm to it. There's another, thing that happens, which is enemies will show up in the background. Like demon eyes or wyverns or stuff like that. And, it's actually really funny. They get queued up to spawn. They don't just spawn in at once, which means if for some reason they can't spawn in, like if you're fighting the Moon Lord, whose background effect prevents them from spawning in, for a long period of time. Oh, we do get a Book of Skulls. We can shoot it twice now instead of only once. Huge. I want to go loot that floating island because there's a strong chance of being a Star Fury. And a Star Fury is really nice for the dungeon. Trying hardcore, definitely go for it because it out-tiers lightning boots in terms of stats. Well, I'm trying hardcore and I have Hermes boots. I don't think you need either one. Are we here? Yeah, we're here. My snakes! That's a horseshoe. Still, horseshoe's good. What do we swap here? Dungeon. And a regen. We can swap it in if we get wounded. Buy a safe for more storage in the dungeon. Okay, let's go find us a handgun. Now, in this situation, I do want to go mining first. I'm going to do something that's not what I would typically do. Which is... I'm going to see how well the rotted fork can handle the dungeon. Normally, I would want a bow with unholy arrows. The boomstick is quite bad in the dungeon. It has no piercing, and the enemies there have solid amount of defense. I'm interested in how effectively the rotted fork is going to handle things. I don't think it's going to be great, so I think we're going to have to leave. And go get, like, a Molten Fury. That's a Muramasa. It's not that bad for the dungeon. I think the boomstick is quite bad at killing enemies in the dungeon. Have you used a Molten Fury with unholy arrows in the dungeon? The Molten Fury with unholy arrows eviscerates everything in the dungeon. The boomstick cannot even, like... It can't even compete with that. Yeah, unholy arrows are quite good in hard mode against the Destroyer, actually. How do you know there's a Muramasa in that chest? Because dungeon chests follow a predictable generation. They generate in a specific order. I'd like to rescue the mechanic here. At this point in time, I can't really confidently say what this chest is, though, because there was a split here, and dungeon loot generation could have gone in one of several paths. It's possible this could be a Cobalt Shield. The second chest in the dungeon is always a Cobalt Shield. But it's also possible that it could have kind of looped back around. So it's hard to say for sure, but I think... It's hard to say. But yeah, I have a video talking about looting the dungeon pre-Skeletron, where I say what the loot generation cycle is. For the most part, the first chest is always a Muramasa, with the exception of if a wooden chest spawned, because the first chest spawned in the surface. That will replace the Muramasa in the loot cycle, and the second chest, and the first gold chest will have a Cobalt Shield, because that's effectively the second chest. Other than that, the cycle is followed, but it's not always obvious when the dungeon, like what path the dungeon is following, right? This is okay. And what you want for the dungeon is mostly piercing. This is... Yeah, this... Honestly? The Rotted Fork is really good. We're playing into its strengths, right? This is exactly the situation that the Rotted Fork is good at, but this is... For a... beginning of the game weapon, potentially, this is really good. As a player new to hardcore using ranger weapons, you recommend Molten Necro for Wall of Flesh? I would use Necro. You only lose like 6 defense compared to Molten, but you get a quite significant amount of damage. It's what, like 15% damage, 10% crit or something? You usually get most of your defense through other means anyways. So what I'm going to look for, because I want 2 things. I want a Phoenix Blaster and I want a Cobalt Shield. And an Alchemy Table, but that doesn't come from chests. If I find a wooden chest, the chest before that in the dungeon generation cycle should be a handgun. Now, it's not always obvious what order the generation is in, but if there's a wooden chest, there will usually be a handgun somewhere nearby. And the second chest is usually a Cobalt Shield, so... we can try to see if that first chest, or second chest at the beginning was a cobalt shield. The Rotted Fork is one of your favorite weapons in the entire game, and for good reason. Yeah, this is really nice. What strats am I going for doing dungeon before Underworld? Okay, so here's a wooden chest. So, the chest immediately before this should have been a Phoenix Blaster. The question is, what chest was that? We don't know what order the dungeon generation... And actually, the Rotted Fork can hit through blocks, so it's pretty good for Cursed Skulls, too. We don't even need the Star Fury. Stop it. Confusion kind of threw me off there. It's possible it could have come from this direction. It's possible it could have come from this direction. I'll check down here because it's nearby. It's got to be the weakest loadout you've seen to loot the dungeon. I mean, it works. It works perfectly fine. Honestly, this is... I'd even go so far as to say this is good. There aren't any gold chests nearby, which is a little awkward. Oh, we do have a, horseshoe. There's a gold chest down here. Could be a handgun. It's a handgun. Yeah, so, if you find your, wooden chest, there's usually a handgun nearby. We are safe here. Our potion is not on cooldown. It's a potentially dangerous situation. There are a lot of dark casters building up, and we don't have a great means of dealing with them, but... our HP is fine. There's not a cursed skull. It's really just the casters, and we can whittle them down. However, I think the dungeon is an area you should be quick to recall in if you are not sure if you're safe. Okay, we can also go ahead and free this ass out. Glad he's dead. We can free him. And let's go back to the beginning of the dungeon because there should be a cobalt shield there. This is a situation where I will recall in. Yeah. Plus, we can go ahead and do this. That within crafting distance. If I jump up here, it's within crafting distance. Is it? No, actually, it's not. That should be. Yeah. Your least favorite NPC isn't the angler or the stinker, it's the elder slime. I can't stand the elder slime, man. Okay, well, we've got our handgun. We can go ahead and upgrade this to a Phoenix Blaster. Ideally, easiest way to mine for Hellstone is just to make an Obsidian Skin Potion. However, we do not have Fire Blossom and we don't have Obsidian, but we can fix both of those things pretty quickly. So before going mining, I'm going to go ahead and just quickly run down here and look for a Fire Blossom that can be collected. There are 2 of them right there. Okay, 2 Fire Blossom. We also need Water Leaf, which I think we probably have. Potion ingredients. Yeah, we've got Water Leaf, so we just need a piece of Obsidian, which we can take our lava bucket, go to a thing of water, and just make some Obsidian. Imagine if a skull hits you when you're lower than 50% HP. Yes, that's one of the reasons why you need to be very cautious in the dungeon. I firmly believe that the most dangerous enemy in pre-hard mode is the Cursed Skull. It is so easy to get killed by a Cursed Skull. I'll take a second one. Why not? We put this in potions. Yeah. And now we go ahead and make a Deathbringer pickaxe. It's demonic, sure. We should probably have enough, bones for... Actually, no, we don't have enough bones for Necro. We can get some more bones, though. Make sure to do that when we get there. Straight down here. Put on the chisel. I'm going to go ahead and get a bucket of lava again, just in case we get a goblin invasion. It's still a very easy way of dealing with them. We have fall damage immunity, so we're fine. Fall down here, drink obsidian skin potion, and then just get to digging. Need a pad thai for a mining speed bonus. If we want a phoenix blaster and a molten pickaxe, that's 30 hellstone bows, which is 90 health. Hello, bone serpent. Couldn't even hear him digging because of myself talking. You know what? Honestly, this situation, just recall. It'll despawn them. They're not very common. I don't have good piercing options. The Bone Serpent went vertically and hit Maurice on his way up. That's why Maurice was missing like 100 HP. Yeah, we only need 90 Hellstone. 10 for a Phoenix Blaster. 20 for pickaxe. For mining hard mode ores. So we really don't have to be down here for very long. The meteor was low-key kind of lucky. Isn't a meteor guaranteed after your first evil boss kill? It's either guaranteed or 50%, but I think the first one is guaranteed, isn't it? Oh, the timing of it. Yeah, I mean, it's the night after killing the evil boss it'll happen. Okay, we also need 30 obsidian. Best way to do that would be to teleport to this pylon and connect those two things with water there. We actually probably want a little more than 30 obsidian, because we probably want an obsidian shield, too. I think cobalt shield's really good accessory for hardcore. Not getting hit multiple times in quick succession, super important. And knockback immunity really helps with that. Ideally, this is a situation where you should have a danger sense potion or have gotten a grand design from the merchant, or from the mechanic, so that you can see wiring. But I am lazy. It's a situation, right there for instance, where a lot of players genuinely could have died. I saw a pressure plate, I jumped over the pressure plate. If I was really trying to be safe, I would have destroyed the pressure plate, but that's a good example of a situation where you do a lot, you've gone through stuff really successfully, you get a bit complacent, you walk through areas, and then you step on a boulder trap and die. Doing some random small menial task. That's the sort of stuff that usually gets you killed in hardcore. Did I pick my Hout statue? I think I've already come across several. I just don't really care that much. And it's 20 for an obsidian skull. That's enough. We did not get a Hellforge, so we'll have to go down and get one of those. I think a pacifist challenge would be fun in Terraria, trying to find the least amount of enemies to kill to get to the Moonlord. I think it's a fun concept. I don't think it would actually be that fun to execute. The only stuff you've died to in hardcore are traps? Yeah. And that's a good example there where, unless you're paying a lot of attention, that boulder trap has a very high chance of killing you. And even if you are paying a lot of attention, I could have messed up my jump. I could have stepped on the pressure plate in accident. Sure, your jumping is not an exact science. Okay. We make 30 hellstone. Upgrade to a Phoenix Blaster. It's unpleasant. It's fine. I'll make a molten pickaxe, because why not? Go ahead and sell this Deathbringer. We've still only got silver bullets, but honestly, rotted fork is fine. At this point, sell the broomstick. Hellfire is not a big fan. Obsidian, I'll keep in here for now. Bonus can go away. Potato chips can go in potions ingredients. Water candle can, I'll put down this piggy bank. Put the water candle in there. Put the lava bucket in there. I want the golden keys. Furniture, skyward chests, these. Obsidian bricks can go in blocks, which are here. Featherfall can go in potions. Suspicious looking eye can go in here. Blocks up here. Platforms, wooden arrows can go in domestic terrorism. Yeah, we're good. Put the magic luminescence back on. And back to the dungeon. Should make some houses for these NPCs. Where would I make houses? Snow biome? Caverns? Shimmer? Jungle? I'm gonna bite the bullet and buy a grand design from the mechanic at increased price, I think. It's not that expensive to begin with. Opinions on void bag? I just think it's unnecessary. I don't need that much personal storage. I have plenty of heart lanterns. Although the gnome would actually be nice to have. We have fall damage immunity, so we can be reckless here. Okay, that's a Muramasa. I don't plan on making a Terror Blade on this character, so we'll go ahead and waltz through here. So I will say, one thing that's very annoying, we have not gotten a Goblin invasion yet. And I really don't think it's good advice to do the Wall of Flesh in hardcore on Master Mode without having some warding reforges. Thought he was dead. Yep, there's our Cobalt Shield. The only other thing we might want in the dungeon is a Shadow Key. So maybe I'll try to pick one of those up. Yeah, you can't buff from a money trough, whereas you can from a void bag. You can also keep information accessories in a void bag. Magic Missile, no Shadow Key. I thought I could jump over that. There's a Shadow Key. And I've got another key, so I might as well open this. It's a Muramasa. That checks out. World generation looped up, went down, then we started at the Muramasa. So we have a Cobalt Shield, but we don't have a Goblin Tinker, so we can't combine it with the Obsidian Skull, which is annoying. Which table you can buy, though? Yeah, but only in hard mode. Okay, let's do a little more mining around for the shimmer. Let's go ahead and get actual mining speed buffs. I was supposed to buy a thing from the mechanic. That's fine. So, to be cautious, I'll go ahead and take a hunter potion. And I'm actually out of danger sense potions. Here. I'll move the mechanic in here and buy a mechanical lens from her just so we're safe from traps. It looks like it performs like an upgraded Storm Spear. It's definitely got a lot more range than the Storm Spear. Yeah, you buy this mechanical lens right here. Traps should no longer be an issue. It costs 1 gold, very cheap. Just buy it and hold on to it. It will pay off long term. And right now, we've got very good mining speed. And we're going to go look around a bit for the shimmer. I'm going to check a bit more directly under the ocean. Block ourselves off so the face monsters will fall on us. It'll either be here, or it'll be one more screen to the left from where we dug the first time. Yeah, this also lets me just kill time until a goblin invasion happens. I'd really like a goblin invasion to happen. I don't want to have to do the wall of flesh without good defense. And your defense largely comes from accessories. There a reason to fight Empress of Light in hardcore run? Daytime Empress of Light? No. Regular Empress of Light? Yeah, sure. The Soaring Insignia is a fantastic accessory. That right? Is that an explosive trap? It is an explosive trap. Yes, this right here, incredibly dangerous. I step on that, I die. It could have been an explosive trap or a small boulder trap. Actually, no, it couldn't have been a small boulder trap, because that would have a double wiring up top. Yeah, that's where the mechanical lens really comes in handy. I know this isn't a dead man's chest, because it's not highlighted. Okay, shimmer was right here. Bit unusual. Usually it's not this, close under the, ocean. Okay, if I'm fast about this, I can go ahead and, move the NPCs in tonight, so... It's really like the grand design, seeing wiring, especially with having to equip a component, is super safe. Yeah. Also, you don't have to equip the grand design components. The mechanical lens works just in your inventory. Strawberry Nesquik? I used to give Strawberry Nesquik to my sets. Man, he likes the hollow, doesn't he? Yeah, he likes the hollow. I was thinking, because I usually pair him with the demolitionist. Yeah. Let's go ahead and get the demolitionist down here. Because he likes the demolitionist, and I usually would... Yeah. Gold, 40 silver. Yeah, you buy it from the demo. I'm gonna make a little chamber for the shimmer to do things safely. The shimmer can actually be a pretty dangerous area. Digging down the shimmer from above and... Oh, hello. Dude, the slime was confused and... Thank you, confusion. Yeah, because enemies can turn nearly invisible in the shimmer, it can actually be a kind of dangerous area. So we're going to go ahead and do this. That's why digging into the shimmer from above and dropping water on it can actually be nice, because it prevents enemies from dropping inside of it. What did I want at the shimmer? Did I want anything at the shimmer? I mean, I guess I can make a vital crystal. I have a spare life crystal. It's not very good, but better than nothing. I think I just wanted houses here. I think that's about it. Honestly, I'll add on another house just so we have it. Shimmer seems to explode your spawn rates. It's because the shimmer is basically a natural mob farm. The only spaces enemies can spawn are here and here. They can never spawn above. They can never spawn below because it's solid blocks all the way through. There are no valid spawn locations. So there's never enemies getting caught inside areas that you don't see. You see every enemy that spawns, and they all funnel directly towards you because it's just a hallway. Man, do we start farming Goblin Scouts? This is awful. You make an easy poke farm there? Yeah, I've used it as a farm before. How many hours do you estimate you have on this character? 3. I guess we just found Goblin Scouts? Like... I want to go kill the Wall of Flesh, but I don't think it's a good idea to go try to kill the Wall of Flesh without warding accessories. So, yeah, let me just get some battle potions, and water candles and head to the edge of the world. Has to be this side, because, there's Crimson on that side. In a large world, the shimmer does make a very good natural mob farm to the shell of stone surrounding it. It's a little faster to go into a coma and keep rolling the 1 and 3 than to farm scouts. No, it's not that slow to farm scouts. Damn, he's back. Can scouts spawn in the desert? I don't remember. Let's just stick here. If I had a life form analyzer, that would be nice, but... Is it bad to farm Goblin Scouts at the ocean? Well, I have houses at the ocean, so the Goblin Scouts wouldn't really spawn there. You know what? Okay, there's one scout. Two cloth. That's when Skeletron is the first boss. It's fine. As long as you've got sufficient mobility to dodge him, he's pretty reasonable. I think fighting Skeletron with less than 400 HP is a bit reckless, and I wouldn't suggest that unless you are supremely confident in fighting him. But... he's fine as a first boss. Usually when you farm scouts, you put platforms on the ocean. Yeah, that works fine. It's just... this also works fine. With 3 cloth. Do I have 2 cavern pylons? No, that is a mushroom pylon down there. If you're making a cat... Oh, god damn it. Fuck me, I guess. Okay. Can force close the game. It's fine. Killing King Slime is not a bad thing anyway, because getting the slime mount could be nice. And Goblin Scouts can still spawn during this. They're just competing with slimes for spawns. Let me get this back on. Alright, we're at 5 cloth. See, it's not that bad farming for cloth. It's just much nicer if you don't have to. Is handgun or boomstick better pre-evil? The handgun is better than the boomstick. I'm not sure what situations arose where you would have a handgun before killing the evil boss, but I guess if you killed Skeletron without killing the brain or eater, but you could also buy a quad barrel. Like, if you wanted a boomstick and you've killed Skeletron, just buy a quad barrel shotgun. Quad barrel is way better than the boomstick. I need to go mine that meteor at some point. Haven't actually found where it fell yet. But at the moment you got enough cloth and natural army spawn, that would be impressive because that would require me to go the next... what? 17 minutes? With no, more like 16 minutes. With no more... Without getting 3 more cloth. I don't think it's super worth fighting the goblins in hard mode. Especially as a ranger. Melee maybe if you wanted a shadow flame knife, but... I'm probably just gonna, like, use the Phoenix Blaster on the neck bosses. Okay. Well, we're getting terrible RNG with tattered cloth drops. We've been getting like 1 drop per goblin. They drop 1 to 3. But that's fine. I think if I summoned a goblin invasion, the slimes to summon King Slime would stop appearing. Not certain, but I feel like the 2 events are probably like one would override the other. As a melee character, you tend to use the Captain America shield. You gotta get the traveling merchant to sell the Captain America shield is the problem. That's not a common item. Catch drop 1 to 2. Oh, is it only 1 to 2? I thought it was 1 to 3 for some reason. I think I might be mixing them up with Flink's Fur. In either case, we've been getting a lot of 1 drops, not 2 drops. Gnome? Oh yeah, I could put down gnome. Well, no, the gnome wouldn't affect anything. It's a guaranteed drop. Gnome doesn't affect guaranteed drops. Slimes and goblins, if there were some tentacles too, this would get age restricted. You have watched too much porn, sir. Would it affect spawn rates? Yeah. Hold on. Let me consult my handy dandy chart of what spawns luck affects. Hold on. Spawn tree luck. No. No, it would not affect goblin scouts. For reference, these are all of the spawns affected by luck. Specifically the Wizard and Goblin Tinkerer, the Elder Slime, Mystic Slime, Clumsy Slime, Fairies underground, but not on the surface in hollows. All Mimic spawns, all Biomimic spawns by proxy, because any Mimic has a 50% chance to be a Biomimic if it's in the respective biome. Prismatic Lacewings, Truffle Worms, Gnomes, Dungeon Slimes, Golden Slimes, Pinkies, Ice Golems, Dr. Bones, Enchanted Nightcrawlers, all Golden Critters, Ectoplasm in the dungeon, and any dungeon enemy's chance to spawn on the incorrect background wall when in the dungeon. No other rare spawns are affected by luck. Like, Truffle Worms are already abundant? Yeah, that's because they have a 1 in 5 spawn rate. I think they gave Truffle Worms a very high spawn rate because they used to be able to be killed by enemies. And if there was a rare spawn and then it just spawned and an enemy immediately killed it, that'd feel awful. But then they made it so enemies don't kill Truffle Worms anymore, but they still have ridiculously high spawn rates. That's my guess. Dungeon wall color changes enemy spawns? No, not color. Brick type. There are slab, tile, and brick walls, and each one associates to a different group of enemies. That's why like rusty armored bones, hell armored bones, and blue armored bones all associate with a different group of enemies. And there's a chance for enemies that do not spawn on that wall type to spawn on that wall type. Rather, it's a chance for the game to spawn an enemy without caring about the wall type, which means it could also roll to spawn... Can I teleport? Can I teleport? There we go. It could also roll the same wall type. So there's a 1 in 3 chance that whenever that roll happens, it just spawns the enemy that was supposed to spawn on that wall type anyways. But yeah, that spawn chance is affected by luck. How hard do you think it would be to do a Wexel-style get fixed boy hardcore with 5 players? I have no idea what that sentence means. I don't know who Wexel is. I don't know what that's referencing. And guess what? The game threw another town slime at us! Yay! 5-player hardcore, like 5-player hardcore, but no players can die? Is that what it is? If one player dies, everyone has to restart. Yeah, don't try to fight spiked slime. Don't try to fight spiked slimes with melee weapons. It doesn't go well. Let's check the traveling merchant. What does he have? Nothing. I mean, I think that would be difficult because I think if the 5 players are good enough to get fixed by hardcore solo, being in multiplayer is going to make it more difficult. You introduce multiplayer lag with enemies that can one-shot you, and that could be really unfortunate. Especially because there's a good chance you wouldn't be in the same part of the world. I think lag would be the primary issue there. Assuming you had a bunch of players who were good at the game, and on their own could get fixed boy hardcore, the odds of them doing it together would be lower because the game's just more difficult in multiplayer because of lag when things can one-shot you. That damn slime is going to lower my spawn rates. Trying towards lag telefrag and get fixed board go crazy? Yeah. Yeah, it would not be a fun time. Dude, I can't even keep farming my fucking scouts. What are these? Because this damn town slime is lowering my spawn rates. I don't want a bunny. I want to shoot a scout. I need one more cloth, please. Damage. Something spawned over here. He shot himself. Okay. Water candle and battle potion, by the way. No slime mount. Unfortunate. Poor slimes get no love here. The poor slime is actively making this really annoying. What about the other side of the world? There's a crimson on the other side of the world. And by the time I, like, set up a platform or something... can Goblin Scouts still spawn at night? I don't remember. Don't normally have to farm them at night. They can't? Man. This is why I hate town slimes. Like, literally, you could have just not dropped an NPC that's gonna nuke my spawn rates. After killing a boss from an event that was forced to happen. That didn't need to happen. Whatever. Could have killed it. There were no enemies that were spawning for me to kill it. Yeah, the goblins are going to invade in the morning. Guaranteed at this point. Let me make a bed. Thunder Zapper for Brainic Cthulhu? It's fine. Yeah, it's not bad. Oh, we already have chains. Sawmill. It wasn't even going poorly either. Like, we were getting a lot of tattered cloth. And then the instant the town slime showed up, completely nuked. Please don't talk about 1.4.5 stuff that's coming in at Vedrunner. There are a lot of people that want to just experience the update without knowing much about it when it comes out. It's night, wouldn't it teleport to whichever house you set it to? Yeah, it would. But you know what, neat hedonist? Goblin Scouts can't spawn at nighttime. What does it take to make a shadow candle? A graveyard. Which means I would need to kill a lot of my NPCs to make them drop gravestones. Which is very annoying. Please don't talk about 1.4.5. Totally not Max. Like, I get it. You have things you want. Don't talk about it. The update's coming out in like a week. We'll see what happens in like a week. I don't want to encourage people to talk about things that have already been spoiled about what's coming in 1.4.5. Can't I make a bed to skip time? What the hell do you think I'm doing right now? I'm in a bed. I'm skipping time. Okay. If people talk about 1.4.5, eventually that's going to happen, cooked user. I don't want to talk about it, though. Please stop talking about 1.4.5. We're going to use Star Cannon for Destroy Room now. Suggestion on early game weapons are like Mace or Blowpipe and Chest Luck with Abysmal. See, immediately, you know what? The Town Slime's gone, and we get our Goblin Scout. Wow, look at that. And we get another Goblin Scout. Oh, it's almost like they have a perfectly fine spawn rate when those spawn rates are not being impaired by a slime rain and then NPC nearby. Battle standard, and you know what? We have the means to fight them, but just to showcase this again, you can very easily just cheese goblins by making a little setup like this. This would be the perfectly safe way to deal with goblins. This is why we got that lava bucket earlier. You do this, and then just sit nearby. Make sure you kill any goblin sorcerers that teleport in, and you will be perfectly fine. Can't I just assign the town slime to a specific house? But it won't move in until it starts raining or it turns nighttime is the problem. Like, the problem was not that the town slime made it completely impossible to do anything. It's that it made me waste, like, 5 minutes. As long as the NPCs don't open the doors. Well, one, the goblins can't move far enough to get the doors. Two, NPCs won't walk out of, off of a platform. Three, it's raining, so the NPCs won't move. Four, if you're really concerned about that, you can just move the thing a little more. The strat works better if you're not post-Skeletron. Yeah, but, like, the point is to showcase that it's, you know, consistent and it works, right? And honestly, still really fast. I mean, let's be real. If I wasn't... Being post-Skeletron isn't doing a whole lot for me right now, because I'm pretty sure my weapon to kill the goblins would be a Rotted Fork, which was my exact same weapon... which is probably the same weapon you're using earlier in the game. And we still don't have very much defense. We don't have post-Skeletron armor or anything. Oh, speaking of which, I need to get some more bones for Necro armor. I mean, they can open doors, but they also close the doors when they go back. And also, again, the enemies can't jump, though. The moat is too big. You were thinking of archers, but I'm not in a spot where the archers can shoot. They can't shoot me. Like, yes, there are technically ways where small variations in this setup could lead to goblins possibly being able to attack you. And you can just shoot them. You've got a gun. You can stab them. You got a sword. Like, you'll be perfectly fine. You should never die in this setup. Maybe worst case scenario, a goblin gets down there and kills an NPC. They'll respawn, so what? Swords don't stab. Somebody has not used a short sword. You could genuinely do this with a copper short sword and just stun lock goblin sorcerers. Easy 7 gold. Yeah, let's go find a goblin. If you ever need to find the goblin, Hunter Potion is an excellent way to do it. Battle Potion also helps out. So let's go ahead and drink this hunter potion, sit around here, and see if we can find him. Unfortunately, no lifeform analyzer, so I can't easily detect when the bound goblin is nearby, but he'll be highlighted by hunter, so we'll be okay. And we don't need to worry about explosive traps or boulder traps because we have a mechanical lens. Managed to die in a setup like this, didn't have an armor, missed a grapple, didn't have enough HP, so you're on medium core, and you didn't have lava under the house. Well, the lava under the house is kind of a big part of that strategy. The lava under the house means you'd never have to interact with the goblins and they just kill themselves. There's the Tinkerer. I just want to bet he immediately walks into a pool. Hey, Tim. Pool of lava and dies. Okay, we need to be quick about this. The Goblin Tinkerer would have walked into a pool of lava and died if I didn't immediately teleport out. That's why I moved in the mechanic first. Okay, boots. Tinkerer Workshop. Bam, bam. Back home. Tinkerer's Workshop. Let me put it down here. Accessories are here. Hermes boots. Spectre boots. Easy. Cobalt shield. Obsidian skull. Obsidian shield. Easy. Cloud in a bottle. Shiny balloon. Down here. Cloud in a balloon. Horseshoe balloon. Easy. And a regen. Back on. Easy. And now... Did I buy a grappling hook? Am I stupid? I do not remember buying a grappling hook. Okay. Now we can do some reforging. We've got a little over a platinum, so that's nice. Armored obsidian shield. Garroting Spectre boots. Armored band of regen. Armored band of confusion. I will get more money. We need to go back to the dungeon and get more bones, because we don't currently have enough bones for a necro armor. So we've got 156. We need 160. Wait, no, we do have enough. No, it's only 150. Yeah, never mind. Alright, we're good. Get the silver out of here. Okay. I'm gonna go loot shadow chests. Get money from that. They're pretty profitable. Got a shadow key. No, I'm gonna get a water walking potion. Then let's use the reforge price as the metric to whether or not to check what reforge you got. With a weapon, yeah, but with accessories, the reforge price just reflects, you know, like the tier of the reforge, and it's possible it could just be... Like, the tier of the reforge isn't usually as important as what the reforge is for accessories. Did I kill Wall of Flesh, Rotten Arena, and Hardcore? No, that's just being reckless for no reason. I have a bricklayer and builder potions. It doesn't take that long to build an arena. Dark Lance, Meteorite Bars, that's good. All-Wing Bow, Spelunkers, that's good for later. Shadow Key, some money. I also have a bunch of life crystals I can sell, and we could summon the Eye of Cthulhu a couple more times to kill him more. Dude, Bat AI with her above you is so janky. Okay, Sun Fury, it's good. Worth a lot of money. Not using arenas needlessly shooting yourself in the leg. Yeah, like it doesn't take long to set up, and it can pretty significantly affect your chances of winning, so why take that risk, you know? Would the imps taste good? Probably they have huge amounts of sulfur, probably not. No, the amount of sin that a creature has directly correlates with their flavor. That's why the chicken is one of the tastiest creatures on Earth. And I think imps would taste good for a similar reason. Okay, that's a good amount of money. This will probably get us, something, at least. Dark Lance, you. Yeah, that's okay. Gave us 50 gold. There was a warding reforge. Give me some snakes. So what? That's an extra 5, 7, 10, 13, 17 defense. That's pretty solid. Reforge my weapons. Kind of expensive to reforge this, but 3% damage is atrocious. 5% crit is not much better. Okay, 5% crit it is. Yeah, are we, ready for the Wall of Flesh? I think more or less. Okay, let's consider what would be some good things to do before killing the Wall of Flesh. Setting up an herb farm would definitely be a solid play. I'm gonna need to get some more money. Let's see. Cash influx. Sell all these. That's another 42 gold. 63 gold. How many, lenses do I have? Not many. I want to keep one demon eye around, but I could kill the Eye of Cthulhu one time. 2 times. Make a Plantera arena. He could, but I think I'll approach things differently for different characters. Keep in mind we do have 3 other characters. Please don't talk about 1.4.5 dual chopper. Yo, Fallen Star support. Yeah, I think here we just, you know, kill the wall of flesh and... Do I think that the earth is flat? Of course I do. Everyone knows that curves are sin. And no god would ever make an earth with curves. That'd be ridiculous. Personally, I believe that the earth is just a giant Bass Pro Shop pyramid. It's not potions, these potions. Okay. What was I doing all this for? Wall of flesh, right. I wanted to make a little herb farm using planter boxes, and plus planter boxes are also wall of flesh arena, so. You. Fire Blossom, Water Leaf, Moon Glow, Blinkwoot. And did I already plant the Daybloom? Must have already planted the Daybloom. That was the first one I planted. Okay. Let's think about this. Wall of Flesh. Any of these reforges sub-power? No, this is fine. Let me try to get a better reforge on my Phoenix Blaster. There we go. We're going to need Meteor Shot. We have plenty of meteorite bars from looting shadow chests, so we can go ahead and just buy a bunch of these. Did I sell my meteorite bars? I might have sold my meteorite bars. That's fine if I did. I can just yeah, that's fine. I can just go mine the meteorite. No big deal. I have them in my inventory, do I? I don't know what side of the world they're on, but we can finish exploring the surface of the world. You'll find it funny and misleading how the planter boxes are interchangeable and which one you have doesn't matter. There's the meteor. We have Obsidian Shield, so we are fine here. Swap on Chisel. We don't need much meteorite. We just need enough bows for the Wall of Flesh. But I think the sun revolves around the earth, or vice versa. I think the sun revolves around me. See, 30, but yeah, that's plenty. Okay, 2100 Meteor Shot, Unreal Phoenix Blaster, solid amount of defense. Now we need to go build an arena. I'm also going to go ahead and preemptively make a spot for the... Let's see. We are right of spawn here, so the wall of flesh would spawn from the right. So let's build a little chamber for the guide here. Most people are aware of this by this point, but the wall of flesh will also be spawned if the guide is killed in lava in the Underworld. So you don't need a root at all. When the time comes, I can just go ahead and dunk them in lava. Which will probably be sometime during the next day before the next night, which is why I want to get it done now. Is there a story behind the name Sorbet Cafe? Yeah, it's called The Lord of the Rings. You familiar? It's a pretty niche indie novel. I always thought wall flesh spawns are based on which direction you throw the root at all. No, it spawns in whichever direction would cause it to have the longest path before the edge of the world. So if you are to the right of spawn, it will spawn coming from the right going to the left, because then that'll be the longest path. Just being unable to place blocks while an enemy is inside of it. Let me just get rid of this bat. Oh, right, I can confuse him. Yeah, having built placement speed buffs really helps with stuff like this. This makes building this wall of flesh arena extremely quick. It takes very little time. Smart cursor, planter boxes, build a roughly horizontal walkway. You get summons for extra damage? I could. I'm not going to, but I could. What? The Underworld Treasury, just 3 shadow chests directly next to each other. Life Force Potion. Okay. Okay, 2 out of 3 Life Force Potion. That's very lucky RNG, sure. A surprise tool to help us later. I didn't think that one would hit me. Shadowless probably better than Fork, too? Yeah, you're right, it would be. Alright. This is a dangerous situation I'm in. Again, I'm not below half HP. And my potion is not that far from being off cooldown. So I think I can sustain here for a bit, but this is a situation where I should start playing cautiously. I should be very aware of these demon size, and if another one hits me, I should immediately recall. But another one didn't hit me, and my potion's off cooldown, so we're good now. Is this a secret world seed? Nope. This is just a regular master mode world. Thank you, auto swing. And you have the seed? You could go back to when I generated it yesterday, in yesterday's stream. And you could get the seed from that if you wanted it. Always bothers you is that you can't buy Fire Blossom planter boxes pre-wall. You like them for the aesthetic of your herb farm? Mm. More? Okay, jeez. Life Force potions are normally decently rare from Shadow Chest, so this has been really fortunate luck with this seed. Hey, good morning, Daenerys. What are you, on the west coast? You were originally skeptical about my video on toxicity in Terraria, but you've recently seen how your fellow summoners tend to treat a summoner that doesn't use the Terra Prisma or whip stacking. Yeah, I mean, it's kind of a common thing just with humans in general. This happens in all sorts of different situations. It's not just video games, but people like finding reasons to think that they're better than other people, and will usually just talk down to people that don't fit in whatever arbitrary thing that they decided makes their group better than others. Sometimes it's people that use a particular strategy in a video game. Sometimes it's people that use a certain class, or you know, in the Terraria reference, are able to do a certain thing at a certain skill level in the game, right? You know, if you can't do this, then such and such, or you need to use this because anything else would be subpar. Ever since isn't that the root of most conflicts in history? Yeah, I'm not saying it like it's some incredible realization, but I think it's the sort of thing that can help people understand why stuff like that happens. It's not always something that you immediately think of. And I think especially, you know, a lot of people watching Terraria streams might be younger and might not be, you know, wholly cognizant of things they might be doing that could be really driving some people out of communities or things like that. It's more just a lesson for life in general, really. I mean, you should consider what I usually like to use as a reference point. Let's say you're in a community server, or you're talking to somebody. How would somebody who just joined that community for the first time react to the message that you sent? Right? Like, you could say something, making fun of somebody that uses a particular strategy, or, in some cases, it can be making fun of somebody that's from a particular country, or, speaks in a particular way or something. How would somebody who saw that as their first interaction with things feel about stuff? Like, I remember, talking with somebody in my server at one point who was French, who just got, like, really annoyed and fed up with how often, like, people just use French people as, like, the butt of a joke. Like, oh, they're French. And then it's just, like, it makes that person feel very just unwelcome trying to be in public spaces where people are constantly just thrashing them, or their country for existing. But in a sort of thing that's like, if it's good-natured and with friends, that's one thing. But if it's just like random strangers, damn, they're just gonna feel like shit because they're constantly getting made fun of. French jokes have evolved into a form of racism at this point. Yeah, yeah. I mean, it was arguably always a form of racism, just a very light or casual one, but yeah, especially with meme culture, just like repeating things ad nauseum, it can just be very like, what is supposed to be funny here? Like, just the fact that they're from a certain country, am I supposed to like think that they're trash because they are? You're into the Hollow Knight dedicated help subserver, a private thing, exactly what you mentioned in the video. You had the same behaviors described. Yeah, yeah. And I think it's especially like behind closed doors can be something that people get really overconfident with doing because they think nobody's noticing. But like, people do pay attention to what you're doing, and even if they might not say it to you, it might weird them out or make them not want to associate with communities. Well, calling Romanians thieves this that's just racism. Calling Romanians thieves is just racism. Okay, making fun of French people for existing is arguably racism, but that one is just racism. This is a dangerous situation. I'm gonna recall. Our arena is more than long enough. Xenophobic more than racist. Yeah, you get the idea. French room is extended to hating Italians too. I mean, a lot of these groups are groups that have been subject to racism for periods of history, and honestly, a lot of these groups, a lot of those jokes are probably grounded in those, or a lot of the memes making fun of them are grounded in those racist beliefs. When I cover accidental wall of flesh spawns, the best thing to do there is just kill the guide, Drishing. If you're concerned about an accidental wall of flesh spawn, kill the guide. Wall of flesh can't spawn if the guide is dead. Kill the guide and make it so we can't respawn in any houses. Okay, I think we're good here. We've got defense. Let me get some potions. Water walking and obsidian skins, a nice fallback just in case something goes bad during the wall of flesh fight. We got inferno potions, so we might as well drink them. Honestly, we've got life force potions too. We got 5 of them, so might as well drink them. Food buff from pad thai, that's good. I'll keep the rest of them in this chest. Thorns potion, why not? It's not like there's many other bosses it's going to potentially be useful on. Hunter potion maybe lets me see some stuff. Wall of Flesh is a boss that's good to pull out all the stops for just because you can't bail on it once you start. So I think it's good practice just to use anything that might be helpful. Would save and quit be seen as a pussy move? So there's kind of an unspoken undertone to making this guide, which is that I don't use save and quits, and I don't think that saving and quitting in hardcore fits with the hardcore challenge, right? A lot of people will do save and quits, and I think it kind of undermines doing hardcore stuff because it's kind of a get out of jail free button. You can't recall out of Wall of Flesh. Nope, you cannot recall out of Wall of Flesh, but you can save and quit out of Wall of Flesh. You can save and quit out of basically anything. But yeah, especially if you have auto pause on, literally any situation, I can immediately pause, go here, save and quit. Any danger is gone. You never need to use recall potions. You never have to do much risk management because you just have an unrestricted get out of jail free card. And I think that's kind of lame. So it's not something that I do, and it's not something that I would encourage people to do. But yeah, you could, in basically any situation in the game, just go, actually, I choose not to die. and just hit auto pause. It's a lot like playing Hollow Knight, and is 1700 meteor shot enough? 45 damage each. Yeah, that's plenty. They'll take like 1,000 bullets probably. It's kind of like playing Hollow Knight Steel Soul and just saving and quitting whenever you're in danger, right? Like, if you're doing that, you really shouldn't die. It's like recovering a dead hardcore character. I think that's a little bit different, but I do think they're similar. Okay, let's go. Let me kill this bat before it puts me in a pain. We've got a very open area here, so we can very comfortably just shoot the eyes, which have reduced defense. Let me get rid of these hungry. On the other hand, this very open area means I get shot. I don't really need to worry about lasers at the beginning of the fight because they deal very low damage. Plus, we have good defense. We've got 49 defense. Very reasonable amount. Having the extra 17 defense or so from warding accessories makes these lasers a lot more harmless. You'll notice they did like 10 damage to me. That's very little. Their damage ramps up near the end of the fight. I'd expect to take maybe 30 or 40 damage per laser at the end of the fight. Plus, the lasers move a lot quicker. So at the end of the fight, you need to pay a lot more attention. But at the beginning, right now, we can just be very casual. Inferno Potion takes care of these leeches. No need to distract myself and shoot them. Now is probably the point where I want to pay a little bit more attention. You can see the laser damage going up a bit. We took 23 from that one. Dodging the lasers is mostly just jumping in a big open area like this. You can break line of sight like that, but you kind of run into the potential issue. You can also just run in a straight line. And the lasers will usually miss you. Sometimes when they go max speed, they might lean into you. But that's usually more something for when he gets very low on death. You just kind of start running in a straight line. Here, we've basically taken no damage. If we had taken damage, we would have been perfectly fine. And he is dead. Easy fight. Yeah, overestimated the bullets needed. Yeah, by a little bit. I killed the Eye of Cthulhu. I guess I did kill the Eye of Cthulhu last night for money. Yeah, okay. Okay, my pylon got hollowed, which is nice. Would have been pretty unfortunate if this got corrupted. It was a 50-50 shot, which would happen. Okay, so here's my question. Was any of what I did here at the end of pre-hard mode, would it have been bad advice? Would it have... Is there stuff that I could have done that would have made it more consistent for somebody playing through with an average skill level to have done things? That's why we have 3 other worlds. So yeah, we're in hard mode now, but we'll put a pin on this world and go to one of the other ones. And consider what other paths we could have done. We took very strong weapons from the beginning. We went to the jungle quite early, got a boomstick, and then just kind of coasted off that. Other options, Knight's Edge is an option. Mage weapons, summoning stuff. We chose to get silver armor. We could potentially do other stuff. So let's consider some other things. Took a while before making armor and didn't upgrade to Crimtane armor for Skeletron. Crimtane after silver? Yeah, I just didn't get enough Crimtane to drop. Rather, I sold it from the Eye of Cthulhu. Maybe a bigger Wall of Flesh arena if someone isn't confident with it? No. There's no way you'd need a bigger Wall of Flesh arena than the one that I made. No way. Like, this was already super over-generous. We killed the Wall of Flesh here. We used half of our arena. That's a very big Wall of Flesh arena. It does not need to be that big. Okay, which one of these worlds do we follow up on? The Goblin invasion was the worst, but it was in no way my fault. Yeah. I think I should have mined for Hellstone sooner. Yeah, that is one option I could have taken. Tell you what, with the next character, I think I'll go into more of a... The guy with the red balloon? Okay. Into more of a melee strategy, I think after whatever the evil boss is, we can go down, mine Hellstone, get a Volcano or a Flamerang. And then maybe go for like a Knight's Edge. You mentioned the hard mode advice? Yeah, I think, which character is this? Hardcore 4. I think, honestly, the most important thing that we've seen so far is that even at the end of pre-hard mode here, there are a lot of situations where you can just die. We killed the Wall of Flesh and... Oh, sorry, the Eye of Cthulhu on this world. Like, a small lapse in judgment, death. There were situations where if I was not on top of my game, I could have stepped on a boulder trap. I could have gotten hit several times in the dungeon or the Underworld. I could have died from just a lapse in judgment. I don't think the specifics of strategies are that important at this stage in the game. I think there's tons of stuff that can work. But I think the most important thing is that whatever you do it in a way where you remain cognizant of hazards around you. This is a corruption world. Corruption world is really a world type where I want to have defense for the Eater, although we could fight the Eater on the surface, which would be a lot safer. Damn, what's a good weapon for the Eater? I mean, Demon Bow, Jester's Arrows, not bad. We've got 380. Fight him on the surface would be a bit better. Blade of Grass? I don't know. I feel like using the Blade of Grass on the Eater requires you to have a lot of defense, and we don't have a lot of defense. We could get a lot of defense, I guess. How many ores do we have? We really don't have much in the way of armor. I guess we could get tungsten. Maybe we go for tungsten armor here? No mining potions. Huh. Should I go for a sand gun? I mean, it is a really good option, but I think sand gun is something that a lot of players are gonna not be super keen on using. What day is it? Let me make a watch. Can't believe I'm making a copper watch, but at least it lets me know roughly what time of day it is. Oh, well, there's the moon. I thought it was a new moon. I wouldn't have done that if I knew that. Okay. So any situation to consider the old one's army mount except Wall of Flesh? Ah, I have no idea. I never used that thing. Put off with Ball of Hurt, but you can't rely on that since you aren't guaranteed to get it. I think the most consistent strategy for the Eater is probably going to just be get a bit of mobility, get some armor, maybe make a little arena on the surface. I don't really fight the Eater that much. I feel like it's easier to just make a little arena on the surface and fight him up there, or bomb out a space underground. I think fighting the Eater, unless you have high defense underground, if you have middling damage, middling or low defense, and you're underground without having expanded the arena, I think it's actually kind of a dangerous fight. Whereas I find fighting him on the surface, especially with infinite piercing, to be quite easy. I have a Flink Staff. Yeah, let's get tungsten armor. Which I think means we go mining. Yeah, I could make a tungsten breastplate in the meantime. Hold on. And we've got the jungle over there. Do we have any potions to make the jungle safer? We've got Danger Sense potions. That's better than nothing. We've got Night Owl potions, and we've got a Shine potion. Yeah, this should be fine for exploring the jungle. We've got 360 HP. We've got a musket. Yeah. We can get Moonglow. We can get tungsten bows from chests. What weapon do I plan to use? We'll see what we get. Strong chance it would be just like a bow. The Amazon? No, I think of the 3 melee weapons that you could make, the Amazon is the worst. Well, at least this world gets it to happen. Where's my bucket of lava? There it is. Well, we get to show this strategy again. Very consistent, very easy. Goblin invasion shows up. Goblin invasion falls in lava and dies. Spiky balls. Yeah, actually, we could use spiky balls for the eater, now that we have goblins. Maybe I'll do that. I'm gonna open this so we can shoot him. Dude, why is his flintlock pistol so much better than mine? That thing did like 50 damage. A Molotov cocktail's worth it for the eater? Aww, I don't think I've tried to use Molotov cocktails on the eater since 2015 when they were nerfed. I couldn't tell you. I know poison throwing knives are solid. Spiky balls are quite good. Now that Molotov cocktails don't require pink gel anymore, maybe they're a decent option, but honestly, I couldn't confidently tell you. Hey, just a random channel too. Molotov cocktails are amazing for brain. That makes sense. Bouncy dynamite? I have used bouncy dynamite on the Eater of Worlds before. Twice, actually, I think. Stylus, you want to close that door? Thank you. How do the slimes would taste? Probably watery. Jello? No, I don't think there's enough sugar in a slime to make it taste like Jello. You know what? Armstill is a real one. He's just shooting all the goblins. What about pink gel? I think pink gel is canonically bouncy and sweet. Gel is noted as being tasty and flammable, but I believe pink gel is bouncy and sweet. Isn't Pinky from eating money? I don't know. Pinky is the name of a baby mouse. So if you like buy pinkies, for like feeding snakes, you're getting like baby mice. Or maybe they're a particular strain of mice. Maybe they're not baby mice. I don't remember. Small mouse. Damn, I'm still a nope the fuck out of there. You see how fast he was running? Think he's slime bestiary says it eats money? See, it says it eats money? Yeah, but so do toddlers. Harpoon. Honestly, I'm kind of a big fan of the harpoon for Skeletron. Not gonna lie. I might hold on to this. Got Xanax the Dryad. Okay, do we have a Hunter Potion? We do. Let's go get a Goblin Tinkerer. And you know what? I'm gonna go underground and set up a pylon at the bottom of the world. I think we're gonna bail on the jungle idea and just head down there. I think people eat the in-between of ice slime blocks being ice gel as a kind of dessert. Your screen seems more zoomed out than what you can achieve. Yeah, your maximum zoom is going to be limited by your monitor's resolution. Are you playing on like a laptop or do you have like a 1600 by 900 resolution? I could always zoom in more, but your maximum zoom out is usually limited to the resolution of your monitor. Okay, here's a good situation where I should drink a Danger Sense potion, right? I think if you're in a situation where you have not gotten a mechanical lens, if you're underground, I think you should drink a Danger Sense potion. For instance, right here. Right here. I could have very easily died right here if I didn't have a Danger Sense potion. I walk a little to the side, step on that explosive trap, I'm dead. I just want to get Danger Sense in the early game. All it takes is Shiverthorn and Cobwebs. Oftentimes you can get them from pots or chests. Bound Goblin, 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 Bound Goblin. Probably bottom right. Do I have bombs? Yeah, nah, he's gone. That's alright, he'll be back. I do have fall damage immunity. Okay. Does it do over 360 with that much defense? Does what do over 360? An explosive trap? Explosive traps do 500 damage. On any difficulty. They're actually slightly less dangerous in Master Mode because defense is more effective. So your defense will take out slightly more of the damage. But yes, an explosive trap is almost a guaranteed death in pre-hard mode. In hard mode, maybe you can survive it. If you get to the point of having like beetle armor, life force potion, life food, it's more survivable, but they're extremely, extremely dangerous. A boulder trap does 420 damage. That's potentially survivable with high HP on Bound Goblin, Bound Goblin, Bound Goblin, Bound Goblin, Bound Goblin, Bound Goblin, Count Boblin, Bound Goblin. He's down here. What? He despawned. Damn. Then we spotted an explosive trap for having to get iframes. Yeah. Lava area is easier to... Oh wait, I should just... I got Hunter Potions specifically for finding the Bound Goblin. Bound Goblin? Bound Goblin? Bound Goblin? Bound Goblin. Okay, it'll be nighttime soon. Let's go head down to above the Underworld, see if we can set up a mushroom pylon. The one thing the web slinger is really good at is navigating over lava safely. This is a bad spot to be mining in. Whoops. Right, I don't have a double jump on this character. No, I took Danger Sense, not Hunter. Okay, we've got a mushroom pylon near the end of the bottom of the world, so that's a good candidate for a pylon. We've got a miner. I wanted to get tungsten armor, so let me go ahead and mine up some of this stuff. My speed's not too bad. It should be a safe call for the eater, I think. Should you prioritize getting danger sense hunter potions over underground mining and heart crystals? No. Heart crystals should be your #1 priority. There are other ways to detect traps besides danger sense potions. You can hold out pressure plates. Night owl potions help out a lot. If you're in, like, Get Fixed Boy, and traps are everywhere, and you can't see wiring, I think rushing the underground snow biome to get danger sense potions immediately is not a bad idea. But I think in a regular world, no. You should get life crystals first. Man, I have not had much luck with undead miners. There's a pile of gold in that mushroom biome. What do you guys think is an average amount of time that a player takes in pre-hard mode to get to hard mode? I've been wondering about that. Obviously, like, the amount of time that I'm taking is not going to be indicative of other players. That last character was, like, 4 hours. If we had better luck with goblins, it very easily could have been 3. We also could have just gone to the Wall of Flesh without doing goblins, which would have been, like, 3 hours. I just felt like getting goblins was going to be the safer line. 20 hours. 25 to 30 hours of going blind. Oh, yeah, I'm not talking blind. I'm talking, I'm gonna put wood here. Like somebody that's... Like, somebody playing a hardcore playthrough. How long is it gonna take him to get to, you know, Wall of Flesh and beyond? Like, take it slow and build houses, fishing spots, stuff like that. Makes sense. If you're building auto farms in Master, it can take you 30 to 60. $10 to 15, 15 to 20, 15 to 30. 15 to 30 is a very wide range. Probably 1,000 hours due to dying. Yeah, I wasn't including failed attempts, but yeah, if you're struggling with dying, that would definitely jack up your playtime. Do I have water walking? No, I don't. I want that gold pile there, because that's probably going to be like 7 or 8 gold coins. This is where the web slinger is super awesome, especially because I don't have a double jump, so it's actually kind of difficult for me to navigate this lava area. But I can very comfortably just use the web slinger and get over it like this. $25 if you do everything you want for hard mode, like building Plantera Arena and farms. Yeah, that's fair. I'm not a big fan of building a Plantera Arena in pre-hard mode. I think it's not that difficult to... You have faster mining speed in hard mode, usually. And it's not that difficult to engineer a situation where enemies can't really spawn near your Plantera Arena. You can use, like, statue enemies to fill up spawn slots so that other enemies can't spawn. If you have some statues. Tungsten bars, that's good. We want those for, whatever we wanted them for. Armor. You can move NPCs nearby. You just spam dynamites pre-hard mode. Yeah, that's a fine option. Alright, let's go to the bottom of this mushroom biome and build a house. My jungle is annoying. Yeah, I'm just impatient. It's probably a good line for most players. Well, there's impatience, and then there's also the fact that, like, I'm streaming, right? I don't want to sit here for a couple hours building a farm for each character. Maybe I'll do it for one character. See how long it takes. And then, you know, contrast that to the other characters once we get to hard mode and get to Plantera. I don't expect any of these characters to die, so I think we'll be able to compare and contrast what each one... Man, terrible under my new luck, really. Nighttime now, so we can move the Goblin in. You started doing the Plantera Arena in pre-hard mode. That's a big game changer. Is that something you die to a lot, building the Plantera Arena in pre-hard mode? With a Queen Bee Arena in pre-hard mode? Oh, dude, I can't be bothered to build a Queen Bee Arena. I just use a hive. I can see the appeal, though. Yeah, I suppose making the Plantera Arena in pre-hard mode is good advice. And while it's not something I'm personally gonna do, it would probably help out your average player quite a lot. So maybe we do that for a couple of these. Water harpies drop chicken nuggets. Well, they're sinful creatures. Those harpies. And hardcore, you think giant tortoise is more dangerous than anything you're coming in contact with late pre-hard mode? Yeah, but that's where you get hunter potions. Right? Like, you're not going to avoid the jungle. You have to go to the jungle, and the jungle is good stuff. That's why you do stuff that makes being in the jungle safe, like having hunter potions, so you have a warning of when the tortoise is coming. Doing the Plantera Arena in hard mode is so annoying. Are you guys using, like, NPC houses to reduce spawn rates and the peace candles, calming potions, use statues to make it so enemies physically can't spawn because you take up all the spawn slots? These are all very effective strategies for nullifying these problems. Wearing amphibian boots at the same time as lightning boots, just unnecessary. Don't really need to. Missing a wall. Huh? Oh. Okay. Didn't cover the minecart track. Might as well put the third one down here. Alright, Goblin and I don't know, Dryad, why not? I think the one thing hardcore really makes you better at is attentiveness and prioritization. Ever gotten Terragram Arcalis naturally? Yeah, yeah. There was a stream I did not too long ago where we got natural Terragram. Well, a couple months ago, but relatively recently. Yep. Boots, Tinker's Workshop. Back home. Who up tinkering with their workshop? It's a very violent boot. Oh, the inner tube was warding. That's why I had it equipped. Yeah, that's fair. Alright, is this enough for a full tungsten armor set? Probably not. But that's okay. 22. I'll go ahead and make a tungsten greaves. Tell you what, maybe we'll try to do the pre-hard mode preparation, and we'll contrast that with the hard mode Plantera Arena building. If we wanted to mine a Plantera Arena in pre-hard mode, I'd probably want to secure solid mining bonuses, which means going to the underground desert. So yeah, let's go to the underground desert. Solid place. We've got danger sense potions. I should really start farming herbs at this point. So let me go to the Dryad and buy some planter boxes. What's the strategy? Right now we're considering using pre-hard mode. Building a Plantera Arena in pre-hard mode as opposed to hard mode. We're basically just going through with several different characters in hardcore worlds and seeing what a good strategy is. Dynamite is really the only reasonable way in pre-hard mode? Nah, I think mining speed will be fine. Sulfur is a budget sense potion? Yeah, that's another reason why I'm partially underground desert. We did get a Star Fury. Right, so I want to plant Moonglow, Shiverthorn, Daybloom, Blinkroot. That's a good spot. I'm gonna store it right here. Dragons make them in mud. Yeah, if we get like a fossil pickaxe, should be pretty quick to mine through the jungle. Fossil pickaxe, ancient chisel, mining potion, food buff. We found the shimmer? No, but let's see. Mining potion, chisel, that's 50%. Food buff, that's 60%. Doesn't quite get us maximum, but it's pretty close. We would need another 5% thrown in somewhere on top of ambrosia in order to make 70%. I don't think 60 to 65 is going to make much of a difference. No, I'm saying an extra 5% on top of ambrosia. Shovel? I don't like the shovel. I also have to kill all my NPCs to get the shovel. I don't like having to wait for NPCs to respawn. Where's my underground desert? It's actually right here, so super convenient. Any reforges I want to make? Tungsten pickaxe is good at destroying soft blocks. It destroys them in one hit. I think I could afford to try to get a slightly faster reforge on it. It's pretty cheap to reforge. Light, that's good. We've got mining. I should plant pumpkin seeds. Cake, no party goal. Would be good, but no party goal. Sandstorm. Oh, there's a demon eye. You don't feel like making a graveyard outside of your base? That's fair. So a good exquisite food buff that can be mass produced. There is exactly one, which is bacon, which can be obtained from pig Yadas, which can be purchased from the party girl during a party. And they drop money when you break them. So if the party girl is happy, especially if you have like a discount code, bacon can be purchased at very low cost. Potentially even being free with really, really optimized happiness. Okay. Oh, here's a fun fact. If you didn't know you could do this, if you have a campfire, marshmallows purchased from the merchant can be put on a stick, and if you hold that stick over a campfire, the marshmallow gets cooked, and gives you a 10-minute buff instead of a 1-minute buff. Is it particularly useful? Not extremely, but it's kind of cool. Get to roast campfires over a fire. Like I have all the pickaxe stats memorized. I mean, I don't know the, like, mining speed of the tungsten pickaxe, but dirt breaks at 50% pickaxe power. The reason the tungsten pickaxe is significant is because it can destroy soft blocks in one hit. That's why that's kind of its whole niche. It's actually slower than the previous pickaxes, but it hits the pickaxe power breakpoint to break soft blocks in one hit. I'm just gonna go ahead and block that off. There are various tier 3 foods from presents. Yeah, that is true. They're very short duration, though. Silver pickaxe better than tungsten in most scenarios? Not this scenario. This one right here. What? Dude, they baited the shit out of me. Do we have... This is a very unusual circumstance, but I guess it happens sometimes. Alright. I guess we don't have to go past the jungle. Why am I not summoning flinxes? I just don't really care. That wasn't as impressive as I thought it was going to be. Hold on. What if we got a real minecart? Do we have the stuff to make a real minecart? I don't think I do. Okay, let's just go up a bit. If we went up higher, I think it would work better. It's 15 iron. Unfortunate. Yeah, it's a little speedrun tech. With featherfall potions, you can fly on minecarts. You build up your speed to maximum. I have ores to smelt. Not iron, I don't think. And then you just hold up, and you kind of fly across the world. I think it's more effective if you have an actual minecart, as opposed to a wooden one. That doesn't really help all that much. Okay, well, shortcut to the jungle. We'll just go walk towards the jungle. What do you think this would be used for? I mean, I think if I had an actual minecart, I could have built up enough speed to just fly over the jungle. It's a speedrun strat, yeah. I had 35 iron ore in the chest. I guess I did. Now we can see how much different it is with the real minecart. I'm pretty sure it's a lot more effective if you're at, like, actual speed. Yeah, we're going a lot higher. Do I use the guide trick to find shimmer, or use a different method? I use the sit in the ground and dig down method. Honestly, not that much different, though. Alright, we cleared the hump. Okay. How far can we go? Oh, did we make it in the hole? Make it in the hole. Damn. That would have been cool as hell if we made it in the hole. Well, we made it to exactly the spot where I recalled before getting the minecart. This is a big jungle. A lot of caves in it. Yeah, I usually just dig down from the edge of the beach. Okay, it is very, very unusual that the underground desert is after the jungle. It happens sometimes, but I don't think I've been to the dungeon flame. But, like, it's a medium world. You really don't need to overthink the placement of the shimmer, because it's going to be extremely easy to find, because there's a very small area it can spawn in. In large worlds, the area is bigger. In small worlds, it's, like, very difficult to miss. In medium worlds, it'll take you like 1 or 2 mining trips, maybe. Usually you get it on the first. Large worlds, it might take 3 or 4, but... Is there every situation where forbidden armor is better than titanium? Yeah, sure. I mean, if you're doing hybrid stuff, it's the hybrid armor set. It's pretty decent for hybrid stuff. How do you survive pre-hard mode dungeon in hardcore? Well, you just... you need to be very careful of coast skulls, because they are some of the most dangerous enemies in pre-hard mode. You do not want to get caught by a coast skull in a... You don't want to be coasted by a coast skull, because that will really mess you up. I would not mind getting an amber hook. Get these scarab bombs, they're quite nice to have. Good number is great for armor mixing. How does it have nice raw stats? Like an artificial... You could make an artificial dungeon. I think that's pretty unnecessary for pre-hard mode, though. It's nice in hard mode. Yeah, just be careful of cursed skulls. If you fall below, like, half HP, you should probably leave. And try to avoid stepping on traps, because the bleeding debuff can really hurt your sustain. Yeah. Snake Charmer's Flute. Huge. You always find the Staff Fury after you outclass it or you're playing a different class. I mean, if you prioritize getting Gravitation Potions early, you can usually find it pretty consistently. I mean, one will always spawn in the world. Was the golf cart mount good for Wall of Flesh? Yeah, that's a good mount. I don't particularly like golfing, so... you know, if Terraria... If the golfer, had a mini-golfing mini-game, maybe I'd be a bit bigger on it, but regular golfing, not a huge fan. But mini-golf, dude, I love mini-golf. It's like golf, but it doesn't destroy local ecosystems, and it's got dinosaurs. What's not to love? Star Fury is guaranteed, yeah. Every world will always generate with a Star Fury. The way that Floating Island chest generation works is that it will never repeat a generation until all of the items have been generated. So, you cannot generate a second Star Fury until a Star Fury, Horseshoe, Balloon, and Magnet have been generated. And every world will always have at least 3 floating islands. Small worlds have 3. And the Star Fury, Horseshoe, and Balloon will always generate in those 3 islands. I think the Magnet in small worlds won't always generate. It's the 4th one in the line of items that gets picked. You don't think I ever did wall without golf coat? Kind of dread last phase with only running boots? Oh, dude, get a Magiluminescence. Magiluminescence is super effective on outrunning the Wall of Flesh. With Panic Necklace, Dune Rider, Frostburg, there's still few accessory slots for other stuff. I mean, you can rewind the stream by like 30 minutes. We did this Wall of Flesh with Spectre Boots and a Magiluminescence, and he was never even close to catching up to me. Knockback immunity is really big, too. Because that means your speed never gets interrupted. How difficult do you think Calamity Hardcore would be? I don't play Calamity much, so I couldn't really tell you. Danger sense little pressure plates and traps? Yep, and the Underground Desert doesn't really have traps. It has sand traps that show up sometimes, but it's mostly just the cacti. And the Star Fury is extremely effective at getting rid of the rolling cacti, so... Calamity is unfair even more than the base game. Yeah, but even unfair things can still be done without dying. I mean, people have done Calamity in hardcore. Ah, my mining potion wore off. Yeah, if you have a Star Fury, you can feel pretty comfortable mining for stuff in the underground desert. The Star Fury is the natural predator of the rolling cacti, yeah. Especially when combined with a Danger Sense potion. Gotta throw some dynamite at these. You're saying Calamity in hardcore would be really unfair? Yeah, I'd believe it. I think the difficulty you're playing on would also influence things. Ah, no. Bad knockback. Biothlon was pretty well in Cacti too. Yeah, but Biothlon's a lot lower range. Star Fury also illuminates basically the entire underground desert, which allows you to find chests and life crystals and stuff without a Spelunker potion. Whips are great for defusing Cacti too. Yeah, whips are really good. Only thing is, it's not the easiest to get whips early in the game. Star Fury you can easily get at the start of the game. Whips, you're gonna have to probably get a Snap Thorn. Which isn't the most convenient. Star Fury is insanely versatile for pre-boss weapon. Yeah, Star Fury is one of the best weapons in the game. And it would be one of the best weapons in the game, even if you never used it to fight a single enemy. Just the utility of being able to spawn a projectile that produces light and destroys things through blocks is huge. It can kill enemies through blocks, which is hugely versatile. It's phenomenal. There's a guy who's done all Calamity Inferno bosses hit list with no rage or adrenaline, no melting. Yeah, like I'm sure it could be done, but I'm sure it probably has been done. Like, I'd be very surprised if people haven't beaten Calamity in hardcore, or even Inferno in hardcore. I'm sure people have done it. You don't play drunk so you forget Spinal Taps in a pre-boss? Yeah. Yeah, so this is the extent of traps in the desert. This right here. Step on the pressure plate, sand falls. Really not great luck with chests so far. We really haven't found any. Found one. Is seduction a viable strategy against the wall of flesh? Yeah. Yeah, it's not always the most consistent, though, so I really wouldn't suggest it for a hardcore playthrough. There's a chest. I think it's the sort of thing that, can be fun when it works out, but it's more consistent to just go with other options. Yo, another Snake Charmer's Flute. The Underground Desert Experience. There's a 75% chance to get something that doesn't suck, and we've gotten a Snake Charmer's Flute twice in a row. You're watching somebody play Terraria blind, and their golem altar spawned out of reach in the ceiling? Damn, I've never seen that happen. I would have thought they've ironed out temple spawn logic so that wouldn't be possible anymore, but I guess not. Stop it. We are getting plenty of antline mandibles, so that's nice. Bad. You have 2,000 plus hours and you've never seen it? Yeah, that's supremely unlucky. Speaking of unlucky, where the hell are the chests in this desert? This is unbelievable. I don't even think I've been missing any. I mean, I don't have a metal detector or spelunker potion, so I can't say for sure, but we've been... I've been pretty diligent with lighting up all these caves with my Star Fury. I genuinely just think there have been almost none. We have gotten a lot of fossils. We don't have an extractinator, I don't think. But honestly, it's only 12 for a pickaxe, which is the main thing we'd want from fossils. It's like chests use camo at this point. I wouldn't be surprised. Going through this much of the underground desert, only finding 2 chests and both of them being snake charmer's flute is a scam. Could be nope. Guess I think we have a red pressure plate hooked up to a statue, which we're 3 fossils away from a better pickaxe. Yeah, I mean, I don't think a spelunker potion... We can come back with a spelunker potion and see if that would have affected things a lot, but I don't think it would have. I don't think I missed them with the Star Fury. I think they just haven't shown up. Eldritch happened in a medium world too? You think it'd be a small world problem? Hmm. It's ridiculous. Where are all the chests? Try block Dungeon Guardian spawn with Graveyard mini biome. Oh, what? Do Graveyard spawns override Dungeon Guardian spawns? There are a couple different spawns that I'll prioritize it. If I wanted to block Dungeon Guardian spawns, though, I could just, you know, spawn a bunch of enemies. Bees or eyes or whatever. Okay, there's a chest. About to attempt Moonlord for the first time properly. Any crucial advice? Just pay attention to his death ray. We're down in the lower part of the desert now, so we finally got a chest. But it's too low to matter. Because it won't be what I want. Let's... Could the chests have been in lava? I guess maybe we check the right part of it. I really don't think I missed much. Advice for Moonlord projectile spam. If you fly in semicircles, you can usually avoid them pretty well. Okay, well we can get a an amber hook. Might as well keep a snake charmer's flute. Why not? Is inventory not being organized more time efficient than spending time to organize it? What do you mean not organized? My inventory is organized. Like, right now, I just teleported home after doing a mining trip, so, like, I need to reorganize my inventory, but I know where everything is. Why don't you only search the top of the desert for the good items? Did you just get here? Like, I was searching the top of the desert. You know what happened? There's fuck all there. The easiest way to explore the desert is to keep going downward. Eventually, you'll get to the point where you're in the bottom part of the desert, but... it's kind of difficult to dig up or sideways through sand. Ideally, you go down. How much defense do you need for the Moonlord hand-mouth cheese again? It depends on your difficulty. If you're on expert mode... If you're on classic, you can't do it. If you're on expert, you need like 120. If you're on master, you need like a little over 80. Snake Charmer's flute kind of invalidates rope. We wanted spiky balls. Keep those in here. Okay. Nothing good in the lower third of the desert. Are you being intentionally dense, man? Like, I was exploring the top of the desert. Eventually, it got to the point where we were going to the bottom part of the desert. And you know what happened when we went to the bottom part of the desert? Oh, wait. I don't have a... feather fall potion. I had a lucky horseshoe for canceling fall damage anyways. Can I leave the flink staff in a chest if I'm not going to use it? No. No, I don't trust these NPCs with taking care of the flinks. I don't have blink fruit. Damn, I can't even make mining potions. Very unfortunate. My blink fruit might be ready though. I planted some. I can't even tell because there's a tree in the way. Yeah, okay, there is blink fruit. Good with 1-2 is quite nice. Okay, we renew Mining and Danger Sense, and we go back with a vengeance. Minecart is the best way to get Torch God. It's the most it's the most hands-off. You can just build an AFK setup. I'm sure you could also probably do that with teleporters. You could probably do it with hoiks. But yeah, you can AFK Minecart Torch God. Death rate is 450 on master mode. Sounds right. I think it's 150 and then it scales 3x. And it's really unusual to get an underground desert after the jungle. Oh, I guess maybe because it's not a large world. On large worlds, it almost never happens. I guess maybe medium worlds are a bit more lenient. I mean, even just having a jungle this close to spawn is pretty unusual. This jungle is going to get fucked up in hard mode if the evil part of the V comes in this direction. Some Moonglow. But yeah, just hoping it goes better this time. Maybe there'll be a potion in these chests. Builder potion, that's not going to help out much. Builder potion, that's not going to help much. Warding guide to plant fiber cordage might be a play though. Okay, well, let's try this again, this time on this side of the desert. Like small worlds the best? I don't like small worlds in hard mode. I think in pre-hard mode they can be quite nice, but I think it can be really annoying dodging bosses in hard mode with minimal vertical space. Yeah, they're not bad. So I don't think the Star Fury is quite as good as the Rotted Fork for dealing with the underground desert, but the Rotted Fork also couldn't highlight stuff like this. Let me see all the chests that aren't here. What's the best size? It depends what kind of experience you're looking for. Different sizes have different merits. Oh, just use pylons, Destiny Knight. Teleporters aren't bad, but it costs a lot of money to set up that much wire, and it's really not that impactful. Like, the only disadvantages to pylons are that your NPCs need to be alive, and you can only have one per biome, and they don't function during invasions. And most of that stuff you can kind of just work around. You know, it can be worth setting up teleporters to specific locations, like if you have a particular farm in a biome that you want to be able to get back to easily. That's potentially, you know, not bad. Dude, this underground desert has had nothing. We haven't even found a life crystal. I missed a chest? Where? Was it further up? Was it nearby? Yeah, minecart networks are nice too. Well, we can utilize our increased luck to drastically improve the drop rates of antlion mandibles. Just over here. They work in blood moons and eclipses and such. Well, yeah, those aren't invasions. Those are events. I don't, I'm not sure where this chest is. If I ever use the dirt rod, in that one, puzzle map that required using the dirt rod, the, like, escape room, I used it. But, not really, no. Eclipses spawning before plants should be removed, they kill you for nothing. Oh, that down there? Yeah, there's a down here. Oh, and you got the death sickle. And you've got bat wings, and you've got the moonstone and stuff. It's not nothing. It's actually the best time to try to farm for, bad antlions. Go charge somewhere else. I like the celestial shell pieces, because it's a lot harder afterwards. Okay, chisel. That's good. Do we want anything else down here? Only other thing would be a magic conch, but, you know, it's less necessary on a large world, and honestly, I'm kind of sick of being here. On the other hand, I did want a fossil pickaxe, and that means I need 3 more fossils, which means I either need an extractinator, or I need to kill a couple more worms. So, maybe we sit down here for a little longer. Hey, life crystal. We need those. I need tungsten, too. Sometimes fishing just seems easier than, what, mining in the desert looking for this stuff? No, fishing is never the play. Hey, Drishing. Or Dr. Ishing. But fishing is gambling? I prefer gambling with my life. I don't get the same rush if I gamble with just my time. The gambling needs to have consequences for it to feel exciting when I win. Why is gambling with real money fun? Because if I fail, I'm gonna go bankrupt. I'm gonna be homeless. Right? That's thrill. That's excitement. Gambling with fake money, monopoly money, that's nothing. It's meaningless. Who cares? Win or lose, it's all the same. Okay. But I have a musket. We should be okay here. Go ahead and preemptively do this. Just for safety. Well, I mean, we'll have plenty of antlion manageables for mining. That's nice. There's a worm. Okay, we need 1 more fossil. So if we get lucky, that's 1 more worm. Ta-da! No. They should have a chance to fish up a nuke that deletes your world. I'd rather just destroyed the whole world. You don't need to delete it. Let the player pick up the pieces in a barren wasteland that they once called home. You delete the world, you know what happens? People fish it out of the recycling bin. Wish they added potatoes to this game. I think there are potatoes in this game. Aren't there potato chips? You can't have a potato chip without a potato. That'd be absurd. Like, every content mod adds potatoes? Oh, hello. I was not expecting that one. You guys remember back when cactuses did the damage of boulders? There's a life crystal top right. Ah, way up there, I see. Well, that gets us to 400. How's it going? Pretty decent. We're working our way through pre-hard mode with our different characters. On this guy, we're trying to take things, do a bit more mining. So we're grinding the underground desert a bit to get good mining speeds. Then we're going to make a Plantera arena before hard mode. We could also fight Deerclops or Queen Bee. We didn't do that in the first world. Some potential options. Alright, give me my last sturdy fossil. There we go. Okay, we're good. It'd be really funny if I had an extractor this whole time. No, I don't. Yep. 13 of these lets us make a fossil pickaxe, which is quite fast. Go ahead and get rid of the tungsten one. And now that we have an ancient chisel, we have a very good mining speed. We can also go ahead and... actually, no, we can't even combine our accessories because we don't have a damn blizzard in a bottle. Okay. You know, we'll do the full suite of preparations, okay? We'll go to the jungle. We'll get a staff of regrowth. And we'll work things out. Oh, it's a blood moon. That's fine. Because we have our lovely, lovely lava, which we can use to kill these guys safely. Alternatively, we could, hold on, do we have coral? No, we don't have coral. Do we have fishing stuff? No, this isn't one of the worlds we had fishing stuff on. That's fine. Honestly, I don't really care about the flip. Like, I could sit here and do a little bit of grinding these guys, but I don't care. I'd rather go mine stuff. Yeah, jungle, I think is the play. Get a speed boosting reforge on this. Agile. Do I go for light? I think I can go for light. Light is blue. Okay. Do I want to waste more money on this? Yeah, I do. We're going to be using this pickaxe for a while. There we go. 9 platinum for 11% mining speed? Hey, hey. What else is money used for in this game? Nothing. Nothing whatsoever. Okay, yeah, let's go jungle a bit. It kind of feels like a different game, honestly. Not necessarily better or worse, just different. Yeah, it's very different from Terraria. Alright, let's go look for the jungle temple. We can build a pylon down there. We can mine out our arena. We also want to make sure we find some moon glow here. We also want a staff of regrowth. Even if I get a boomstick, I'm not going to use a boomstick. We could also, this could be the character that we get a blade of grass on. And maybe go for like the Knight's Edge line, you know? Since we're going to be spending time in the jungle anyways. Would have liked a hunter potion, but this is okay. There's a life crystal. Come on, give me that. And I've done that reforging naturally at a light bone pickaxe from the next undead miner. Yeah. Average Terraria experience. Now you do want to be a little bit careful with the Star Fury in the jungle. Queen Bee does dwell in this area. It's been quite a long time since I've accidentally popped a larva, but it is a possibility. So, a random curse from the Feral Bite debuff. If you see thorns, you can be sure that that's a safe area to use your Star Fury in, because thorns can't spawn in beehives. Okay, yeah, you know what, I'll go ahead and kill these guys, see about getting the stuff for a blade of grass. Inventory's full. Let's go to these shurikens. Oh, I didn't actually pick it up. Oh. What, it's like 15 stingers, 12... Alright, there's a staff of regrowth. Very, very good. Is it 15 stingers, 12 spores, 3 vines for a blade of grass? It's something like that. I always get it a bit mixed up because the recipe's changed over time. Hello? Well, we do need vines, so... Yeah, musket would probably be better here. More accurate. You dropped a vine. You go pick that up. You got these. Is this some moon glow? Yeah, it is. There's something in front of it, so I couldn't quite see clearly. "12 stingers, 15 spores." Okay. Woman? You just lost to Ceaseless with only 8... Oh, this is Calamity mod. Dude, I was thinking of Dark Souls. I was gonna be like, damn, he died to Ceaseless Discharge? You've heard somewhere that luck can quadruple your drop chances for certain items? That's not true. Luck can potentially, like, triple your drop chance for certain items. It cannot quadruple them. Oh, there's piranhas down there. Right, this is the jungle. Boy. Okay, now we need spores. We're good on everything else. Now we need a couple more stingers, but we're close. Doesn't shimmering coins give luck? Yeah. You can shimmer coins for luck up to 1 platinum. If the cap and it decays over time. It's not really worth throwing in 1 platinum. Usually like 25 gold is what I consider the soft cap. You get like half an hour for throwing in 25 gold, and you get like 6 minutes for throwing in the next 75 to get for a platinum. The reason is that coin luck decays by like 1%. Each time, so it loses the top end faster than the bottom end, right? Or like the increased value just decays faster, so it doesn't lead to better yields. Does that make sense? I have a danger sense potion? Yeah, this is safe. I'm gonna be quick drinking potions anyways. That's not gonna do much. Alright, we're ideally looking for the temple. Is there anything else I would want in the underground jungle? There's a beehive. If you wanted to fight Queen Bee. Staff of Regrowth is the big one. You think I'd survive Terraria in real life? Yeah, sure. Can you tank dead man's chests? Explosives are functionally pretty much impossible to survive in pre-hard mode. In hard mode, you could tank the explosives, sure. Traveling merchant. I really wouldn't mind a double jump. That's what I'd like. I'd probably go to the snow biome for that one. Hello, beehive. I thought this was a mimic. Something about the way it was positioned, something about the way it was looking in the light just screamed mimic to me. Now we're going to move away from over there, because that's where the beehive was, and I don't want to accidentally hit a bee larva. Ah, another beehive. Why not a honey bucket enjoy? I don't think I have a bucket on me. Let's find a dead man's chest with all the life crystal boulders sitting right next to each other in a perfect row. Sounds very silly. Okay, we need like, what, 3 more stingers? Something? We're pretty close. Stinger. 12 stingers? Okay, that's enough. Have I uploaded my worlds to the Steam Workshop? No, if you want to... As far as like the multiplayer worlds that I play on, those are available in my Discord server. There's a thread in the Request an Order channel. If you mean just like the regular worlds I play on, I don't see much reason to upload them. Oh, close. Could come in handy in this world, actually. This might be a melee world. Vile Thorn's useless. Another beehive. So this is a no Star Fury zone. Night Owl potions are so nice, man. Trashing Featherfall is a crime. I don't want it right now. I think it would be detrimental to my ability to explore. Can't I just press F1, F2, F3 to swap quick loadouts? Yeah, I can also just press the button. Kind of example set for new hardcore players. I showed him how to use a minecart rail with Featherfall potions. Chicken teriyaki. I don't need to know more than that. Bad geyser. Don't do that. Again, stand max distance. You're good. This should guarantee us enough to make our armor set. Although we already have enough. Yeah, we don't need to pick up this tungsten. Sorbet or ice cream? Feet. Oh, we have Moonglow. Nice. I've seen Thworbins have a new plays Terraria series. No. I don't really watch other YouTubers. I just... It's the sort of thing where, like, creatively, I like... being able to... like, come up with my own ideas and come up with my own solutions to things and not be, like, influenced by how other people are doing things. I don't want to just, like, come up with an idea and then realize that it's just, like, an idea that somebody else had or was inspired by somebody else or something like that. Like, I'd rather come up with my own ideas. And there's also the fact that, like, if I'm watching other people's stuff, I would be watching it in the time that I would be spending to make my own videos. So I would just not be making stuff and instead of be watching stuff. So, like, the time for it just doesn't really come up. Do I and Thworbin have beef over the mage class? I don't think Thworbin and I have beef. It'd be news to me. Okay, what do we do now? We've got our blade of grass. Maybe I go grab, Blizzard in a bottle? From the snow biome? We've got the mining buffs and stuff. It would let us get more Shiverthorn, too. Yeah, maybe we go get a Blizzard in a bottle. If it's Waggy beef, Waggy from Scooby-Doo? What will Waggy? Angel Halo. Is Zapinator plus Meteor Armor for the whole game a good hardcore strat? Yeah, just get lucky. Is a 30 player get fixed boy done? You mean unfixed boy? We didn't do get fixed boy. We did unfixed boy. Completely different. Yeah, we finished that a while ago. Chest detected nearby, huh? Let's pay attention this time. Is it... It's down. Man, like... I can't tell where it is if there's a life crystal out prioritizing it. Should be around this elevation. Yeah, there it is. Go text that to your mother, Kikius. Very normal thing you just said. Go tell your parents that. Oh, there's another chest. It's gonna be really hard to tell where that chest is with the, life crystal out prioritizing it. Slime statue. There's a water chest down there. Okay. You dare me to dig a 50-block deep pool of water, go deep in the ocean, equip the feather tube, inner tube, drink a featherfall potion, and move to the top of the water in one movement. It's a cool tech. I don't really want to post what you just said again, so no, I'm good. That was a lot of words and a lot of specifications, and I feel like reading it once was enough. Alright. Star Fury. 2 minutes in the snow biome, I already found more stuff than like 20 minutes in the desert. Although, to be fair, we do have a metal detector now, which does help. Although it's all just boots. Boots all the way down. So many shoes. Big shoe gaming. Any big shoers out there? There's a blizzard in a bottle. Okay. It's blizzard, and then we grab that life crystal, and we go back. Have you used resource packs on Terraria? No. And no, I don't really play modern Terraria. Okay. Potions. Get these out. There's a warding reforge on those boots. That might actually come in handy. I'll keep those ones around. Okay. I have enough warding reforges on miscellaneous things. I'm not going to need more. Flipper might come in handy at some point in time. Conceivably. Plausibly. Oh, actually, I had a metal detector. I just had been keeping it in a storage slot. So I could have had a metal detector this whole time. I want to keep the ferroclaws. Okay. Do a little accessory combining. Horseshoe balloon. I keep the ferroclaws. How do I not get bored of Terraria? I do. That's why I don't play Terraria 24/7 nonstop. There's only so much stuff you can do in Terraria, and at a certain point in time, it gets kind of boring. That's why you take breaks from it and play other stuff. But Terraria getting new content soon should help out with that. Yeah, it's the fossil pickaxe, not the copper pickaxe. Okay, what did I want to do? I wanted to find the temple. I wanted to build a Plantera arena. Building the danger sense. Although we are out of mining potions. Maybe we will kill the Eater. Might as well. Yeah, so I never really fight the Eater of Worlds. We can just spawn him underground and see how that goes with the Blade of Grass. Worst case, we just recall. I genuinely do not know what would constitute an appropriate amount of preparation for this boss. We've got some defense. We can reforge a few of our accessories, maybe. Put these on. Why is the title... one, we're not pre-I. Two, this is the second character that we're on. The first character we, like, killed the wall of flesh with. We're going through multiple characters. Yeah, also, we're not pre-I. We have killed the Eye of Cthulhu. Okay, we get good luck on this character, at least. Well, mediocre luck on this character. Deadlies are fine, reforge. My shield? I just don't like the shield of Cthulhu. Okay, let's go kill the Eater. Was it this hole? Yeah. This one went down. We have fall damage immunity. This one did not go down. We got bombs though. Yeah, so we can go down a couple of these. Some HP regeneration. And all that time in the desert, still no bass statue. It's quite unfortunate. Maybe I'll expand this place a little bit. It's a bit small. I imagine the luminescence. Yeah, I like the magic luminescence. It's very nice. Okay, this should be a pretty appropriate spot for the Eater, I think. Get rid of these couple of little chunks of ebonstone. Magic luminescence is good, but you always forget to use it. Yeah, I think it's really nice generally. I think it's super nice for the Wall of Flesh. And any other bosses where speed can be pretty important. It's actually not too bad for the twins either in Retinazer's second phase, depending on the strategy you're using. Are we cool with this? I think we're cool with this. Yeah, this looks fine. I think the best expert exclusive accessory is Strong Insignia, 100%. No doubt about that one. We have enough defense to tank body hits. welcome to the melee class experience. You guys do anything fun for winter break? I went home for the holidays. Saw my family. And then my roommate was taking a trip, so I watched his cats for a couple of weeks in January. Yeah, so yeah, that's how melee works. I don't even have a lot of defense. Right? I've got tungsten armor and some defensive accessories and an iron skin potion. So, been drinking this holiday? Things rough? Sorry to hear that. I really struggled through this boss. That's the thing, like, the Eater of Worlds is not a fucking boss. The Eater of Worlds is like, you either cheese the Eater of Worlds, or it's a miserable experience. Right? If you're sitting there with terrible single target damage and no defense, you're screwed. If you're sitting there with, like, a bit of defense, the boss can't hurt you. If you're sitting there with a piercing weapon, the boss instantly dies. Like, there's... The Brand of Cthulhu is at least interesting. The Eater, like, what is this? What is... Moving makes the Eater harder? Yeah, Like, I don't... What are the prerequisites for fight? I guess defense. Right, you get defense, the Eater's pretty much a pushover. That worm scarf on. Do I like cheesing bosses? Not usually. Like, I wouldn't even consider this to be like I didn't walk up to this trying to cheese the Eater of Worlds. I was gonna fight him, and then I realized, oh, he just doesn't deal damage to me. So I guess I just sit inside of him because I have a melee weapon, and a melee weapon is only going to be effective if I'm at close range. But like, that was you could see me have that issue in real time, where I was sitting there, I was trying to think, man, I have this blade of grass. How do I hit the boss with my blade of grass? And the answer is just jump inside of him. He can't do anything to you. Okay. It's a bit late to fight Skeletron today. How much Demonite do we have? We said we wanted to get Molten Armor on this character, yeah? We can do that. I don't have Obsidian Skin yet, but we can get some Obsidian Skin super quickly. Pop down the Underworld. We're gonna do some Hellstone mining. If you aren't facing Eater Worlds, rather than to bomb a large space or eat vile spits the entire fight. Yeah. Worm Scarf or Brain of Confusion. Either one is fine. There's very little difference between the two of them. That's a late pre-hard mode done, I guess. I mean, yeah, at this point we can just roll through everything else. Skeletron, Volcano, pushover. Wall of Flesh, Night's Edge. Queen Bee, Night's Edge, or Volcano. Either one's fine. We did want to mine out an arena for the jungle first. Is there anything else we want to test with this character as, you know, potential options? This character we were doing going a bit slower. Doing more. That Fire Blossom's not ready. Doing a bit more prep. You know, the prep we want to do. Old One's Army. Obsidian. Lava bucket. Yeah. Okay. So yeah, like, what hard mode? How? That's a meteor head. What the fuck? Dude, did that spawn inside of her? What the hell? I genuinely did not see what was hurting her, and then there was just suddenly a meteor head. Okay, let's get a mining potion. Let's hop down. Mine a bunch of healthstone. We don't need more. It's what, 10, 15, 20 for molten armor. That's 35, 45 times 3, 125, 35? 135. Plus molten pickaxe, that's another 60. So that's 195. Do we want... Oh, we wanted the volcano, too. I think that's another 20. So that's 255 healthstone. Easy enough. We just get something that doesn't have a speed penalty. Doesn't need to be fast. We can replace it with a molten pickaxe. We'll want one anyway. We have fall damage immunity. We're good. Yeah. I'm out of food buffs. That's okay. We get 60. We go back and make a molten pickaxe, and then we come back with a better mining speed. What preparation for hard mode should we be looking on hardcore characters? That's a good question, and I think that's what we're going to explore with this character. Mining a Plantera arena does seem to be something that a lot of people like doing, and has a lot of success for them, I think. So I think, you know, a Plantera arena. What other sorts of preparations do you guys like doing? I think making an herb farm, definitely, not even a hard mode specific prep, but something you want to do. We've already done that. Potentially getting like a magic conch as a safety for destroyer. We're at 60. I'm gonna get one more just so Hellstone quick stacks to a chest. We need obsidian. Damn. Pick up that money now. Oh, come on. Surely. Prepping a pixie farm? Pixie farms are actually really easy to set up. I don't think you need to prep them. Setting up pylons? Yep, pylons are good. Definitely something you want. Make some fishing gear. I don't know about that one. Explore the whole dungeon to find biome chests? Maybe. Really quarantine your towns before hard mode? Use wings plus song insignia for Moonlord? Yes. Making an underground ice farm for the mighty Frost brand. This should get me, okay. Get this inner tube off. I'm sick of this thing. This should get me the... Let's see what I say. 255. That's, 80-something hellstone. That's what I need. Yeah, Betsy wings are great with insignia, but honestly, any wings with insignia are great. Remove all the spikes and traps in the dungeon. I would not recommend people to go to the hard mode dungeon in hardcore. If you want something from the dungeon, make an artificial farm. Should be enough obsidian. You get a ton of traveling merchants. 20 of these bad boys. Molten pickaxe. Then we go back to mine a bit more hellstone. We'll come back to that traveling merchant later. We do want pumpkin pie. Pumpkin pie? Pumpkin pie. See if we can snag a quick speed boosting reforge. Something quick. Yeah, okay. I'm gonna go before our buffer is off. Nightmare pickaxe for 2 minutes, such as the coast of the nightmare pickaxe. Late pre-hard mode prep for early hard mode tickles your brain nicely, building stuff like mob farms, row farms, quarantine elevators, etc. Most dungeon prep can be done pre-plant era. Yeah, I think the only thing that scales in damage is the water bolt from the Dark Casters. Teleport to the Crimson Chest. Yeah. Yeah, and you'll usually have gotten a biome key by then if you know you're going to want one. It's fine, Kikius. Classic mode is harder for you than expert or master. Do you just get bored? I can understand that one. This should be 195. This should be enough hellstone. I'll grab a bit more just because I'm here. And my buff's about to wear off. But... Do we ever get Nizar for curse immunity? If you get a Nizar, that's nice, but it's not worth farming for a Nizar for curse immunity. Oh, this is plenty. Where's my obsidian? Did I put it in potion ingredients? Is it on me? It's on me. Betting off shimmering a megaphone? Yeah, it's a lot easier to get a megaphone. Helmet. Pants. Chestplate. Volcano. Okay. Yeah, we are pretty set now. Get rid of this stuff. I think the fossil pickaxe is faster for digging through soft blocks still. So we'll keep it. What you got? Lifeform analyzer? That's helpful. You always from the out because your 8 playthroughs always last a few weeks. That's fair. Yeah, if you're in for the long haul, it's not a terrible idea. We need a little more obsidian for an obsidian skull, but it's not super urgent. I'll just do that later. Maybe fight Queen Bee? Corrupted platform soul farm? Double life analyzer? Oh, did I already have a life form analyzer? I may be blind. I may be playing a lot of different worlds at once. For what it's worth, I also have another metal detector. Queen Bee? Right, Queen Bee gets flasks, which can maybe come in handy if we're doing melee. I don't know. We haven't fought her before, so why not? Should be a pushover with this gear. And we found beehives. What strategy of tester file you didn't already know about or do regularly? I was quite surprised by how effective just building blocks over the Crimson was for getting across it. For the most part, there hasn't been a lot that I think I didn't already do that I've tested. Get the blade of grass away from now. We don't need that at the moment. Two lifeform analyzers doubles its range. Yeah, if only. Terraria if it was good. I could grab a honey bucket now. Yeah, we're pretty good for Queen Bee here. Let me grab iron skin, regen, some pumpkin pies. That's enough for Queen Bee. Let me also go ahead and collect these. This is when I saw the stream yesterday. I was doing a similar thing yesterday, but that was earlier in the game. Now we're in late pre-hard mode. Well, pre-hard mode, not late hardcore yet. I mean, we have the one character in hard mode. We could have been doing well there. Message on Discord, not too important. We don't need the snake charmer's flute now. Okay, off to the jungle, kill Queen Bee, and we could, when we get... Okay, we have this in bloom now. And then we can go mining around there and see if we can get, find the temple. Sounds like a plan. Let me take a chest to store these mining potions so we don't use them during the Queen Bee fight. Going back of when 80% of summoner stuff was locked behind talking to the witch doctor with a pygmy staff in the inventory. Yeah, that was very dumb. Yeah, I think we're in a similar situation now where Queen Bee can't really hurt us. Alright, if we sat inside of her, maybe we'd have a little bit of trouble, but... Let's see. We just come down here, we'll get to a beehive pretty quickly. No pyramids in this world? Not that I found. It's possible there could be some, but... I didn't see any. Terraspark or amphibian boots? I almost never make either. If I was in a situation where I was going to make one, it's more likely I'd make Terraspark boots because I don't ever fish, but I might come across the Terraspark boots ingredients, incidentally. How did I... Oh, it's water. You have a burning hardcore question you wanted to test, but it involves dying. Well, I think I probably won't test it on this stream then. Is it something that like makes it so that... Dude, that looks like a mimic. That's just a drop chest. Okay. That's why it looks like a mimic. Lava charm is kind of annoying to find. Yeah, but if you mine enough, you'll find one. Ghosts can open doors, and doors can break herbs. If the ghost died holding a staff of regrowth, does that herb get the bonus? That's a very silly question. Probably not, but I have no idea. I would imagine it's more of a constant check if you're holding the staff of regrowth than not, but I don't know. Okay. Anything I want to swap to? No, we're good. Yeah, hi Queen Bee. Information... Oh, information accessories do work after death? Maybe there might be something to it then. Not sure how those work. Those attractions. Yeah, melee is kind of boring. I'm not even, like, this isn't even a cheesy build. I'm not even, like, min-maxing my defense or anything. I just have armor. And I have defensive accessories. And you kind of have to have this to use the volcano, because, like, otherwise she's just gonna kill you. This is like the smallest amount of defense to not just like cheese the boss But at the same time, like, what can she do against me, you know? If I had any more defense, she would be doing, like, literally 0 damage to me. And with this much defense, she's... like, she could technically kill me, but... not really. Okay, yeah, let's go look for the temple. Could be straight down here. Let me check here. Craft honey balloons. It's the best upgrade for fishing. I didn't get danger sense potions. I should go grab some. Big reckless not to. Explosive traps can generate in the dungeon. Or then the jungle. Yeah, the whole idea here is gonna make Plantera Arena Beekeeper. Man, the Beekeeper sucks because, like, it's a really cool weapon and I like it, but at the same time, the volcano exists. So, like, why? Why? Hive Wand's not awful to hold on to. Beekeeper inflicting confusion is strange. Is it? If somebody started throwing bees at you, I think you'd be pretty confused. Like, you're in a fight and the guy sitting across from you just pulls out a bunch of bees. That's pretty confusing. Find it weird you occasionally get your lava charm from sharing a magma stone. I don't think it's too weird. Beekeeper confusion to make the enemy move away. Yeah, from like a balance perspective, it's a crowd control thing. Night Owl Potion is very nice to have when looking for the temple because it provides more illumination. And I guess I could make some Shine Potions too. We are just straight hunting. The Danger Sense Potion should ideally give me a good sense of when I'm nearby, hopefully. Fossil Pickaxe should make its way through mud pretty quickly. There's a gnome down there. What the fuck are you doing, buddy? Back to the jungle. You'd be hella confused if somebody hit you with a sword, then some fucking bees fly out of the sword to attack you. Yeah, see, makes sense. Yeah, I think just straight down from the beehive. I think if it was any higher than that, I would have seen it. My opinion on jungle row farms pre-hard mode. Jungle row farm. You mean like for bait? Like making stuff for plants to spawn on, then you break them for grubbies, sluggies, and buggies. Bait, bulb, life fruit, etc. Well, you're not getting the bulb and life fruit in pre-hard mode. I think if you are playing a particularly difficult difficulty or seed and you are very concerned about getting life fruit, it can be a decent source for life fruit. I would not do it for bulbs. If you're doing it for bait, I would suggest doing it on the surface and not underground. Keep in mind that the surface updates significantly more frequently than underground, so if you build a farm like that underground, it will be growing many fewer, or plants much more slowly. Assuming you're grinding it at, you know, optimal speed. If you're just coming back every once in a while to check on it, then it won't make much of a difference. You can actuate your farm and put it inside your jungle arena. That would probably lead to you accidentally summoning Plantera if it was nearby. I think it's a good way to get life food if you're scared of mining. It's a good way to get bait. I wouldn't use it for bulbs. That would be my suggestion. Anything else we want in chests? I don't think so. Seaweed, I guess. Anklets okay. We're gonna get more dynamite. We'll still do chlorophyte farms? Not really. Another anklet. Take spelunkers, why not? I mean, I'm sure some people make them, but they're not really, like, worth making. It's pretty easy to just go mine the chlorophyte instead, you know? Bee minecart! Extra feral claws might come in handy. Strength teleportation potion? No, I'd probably lose my potion buffs for a significant period of time, and I'd rather not have that happen. Bee minecart should buff your bees when you're riding it. Terraria if it was good. I don't think the temple is over here, but just to follow things through, we'll mine down. Bee minecart should summon bees when colliding with enemies. That'd be pretty cool. Or when you're just riding it. That would be pretty cool too. Maybe like 5 seconds, it just summons a bee. Unconscious man. I love unconscious men. All minecarts should have some kind of effect. I think it'd be unnecessary for all minecarts to have some kind of effect. Okay, I don't think the temple's there. Which means probably go there and just dig straight down. And we'd probably run into it. People usually build Plantera Arena beside the Jungle Temple. I think that's the optimal place to build a Plantera Arena. If you're going to build a Plantera Arena, it doesn't really matter where you build it for Plantera, but you can have it double as a place to fight golems safely by taking them outside of the temple if you build it next to the Jungle Temple. And I get that Golem has a reputation as being a pushover boss, but especially on higher difficulties, he can pose a threat and kill you, especially if you underestimate him. Oh yeah, bee minecart giving constant honey would be really powerful. Honey's a super strong buff. You can pull Golem outside the temple? Nope, Golem only enrages if you go outside of the underground jungle. If you go outside the temple, the temple is no different from the underground jungle in his eyes. That might not be true in all mods. If you're playing a mod, it's possible they might add an enraging for taking him outside the temple. But in vanilla, at least, if you pull Golem outside the temple, he will not enrage. Unless you also leave the underground jungle. Summoning Golem outside at all is enraged. If you're outside of the underground jungle, he's enraged, yes. Fishing pole. Captured luck with Golem. If you have a daddy Golem, was when a hollowed mimic spawned mid-fight. I mean, it's not like Golem can't be fought inside his house. I mean, pulling him outside is mostly a habit that I developed from like legendary mode. Like doing legendary Golem inside of his room is a very unnecessary risk in my opinion. I see very little reason to force yourself into an enclosed area with a very fast enemy that's very difficult to see. And pulling him outside is just the natural way to circumvent that. Another anklet. Yeah, and temple generation RNG can really screw you over at times. Huh. I don't think the temple is straight left here, but I think I should at least check. Maybe I'm overestimating the size of it. Oh, hello, beehive. We'd be fine if one spawned anyways, but... so I should be careful of Star Fury. So I think we go even further to the right and dig down. We might have a an edge jungle temple. Does he enrage in temple and get fixed boy if that doesn't count as an underground jungle? I believe being in front of lizard background walls in Get Fixed Boy counts as being in the underground jungle for the sake of Golem enraging. I think if you were to take him outside of the temple background walls, and there were not other temple blocks or jungle blocks nearby, then yes, he would enrage. But if you're in front of the background walls, I don't think he enrages. I'm not 100% sure on that. I don't know that I've ever tried it. Yeah. Lizard bricks count as jungle biome blocks too. Not in Get Fixed Boy and the remix seeds. They do not count as jungle blocks in those seeds, which is what they were asking. Why not? I don't know. Ask Relogic. They made the seed. I thought that was a Plantera bulb. The way that the life crystal was illuminated by the... Ooh, seaweed. The demon altar made me think of the pink glow of a Plantera bulb. I was really confused. Got it out. You haven't interacted with any of the new features past 1.4, no journey mode, no special seed, no shimmer either? Well, I mean, a lot of the features are pretty cool. I think you're missing out on some of them. Yeah, I'm not a huge fan of all of them, but I think a lot of them are pretty nice. High blocks count for jungle and normal worlds too? Yep. Got the full mummified vanity set before getting a single dark shower. Damn. It's quite unfortunate. There's the temple. This is kind of an edge map temple. Yeah, so if you're going to build a Plantera arena, especially in pre-hard mode, I think the best thing to do would be to build it underneath Golem's room, so that when you spawn Golem, you can just fight him there. Do you need to do that? No. But I think it's getting the most bang for your buck for your arena building, and it ensures that Golem should be a non-issue. This is hardcore, you want to make sure you don't die, so it's a good strategy. We have a calming potion now. Come later, we can just build some houses here, but for the time being, let's just get to mining. We've got good mining speed. Got yeah. Hytale has Terraria level amount of crafting stations, which is funny. So, I keep seeing people talk about Hytale. What exactly is Hytale? I know it's a similar game to Terraria in Minecraft because of all the comparisons people make to it. I know it's an MMO. It's like a... Hypixel Skyblock developers made a game. It's an MMO RPG. So it's an MMO, but with, like, sandbox elements similar to Minecraft and Terraria. Did it, like, come out recently? Is that why everyone's been talking about it? Looks like heavily modded, unrecognizable Minecraft mixed with an App Store knockoff like Survival Craft. I mean, I think that's a bit mean. I'm not familiar with the game, but I feel like that's a very harsh description of something that somebody probably, you know, poured a lot of effort into and people are probably enjoying a lot based on the sound of it. Is this Cube World too? I barely remember Cube World. It was cancelled, but released in beta testing. Which one is it? What? There's no way they'd have a cancelled MMO that they're, like, paying for servers for. And they're doing beta testing for. Oh, unless you're talking about Cube World. Mind you, of Valheim? Is it like a survival game? Like, does it take, like, the survival elements of Minecraft and put those into... The original devs gave up and the Hypixel guy bought it? Oh, okay. Okay. I mean, I like survival games. I don't particularly like Minecraft, though. I don't feel like Minecraft's a great survival game. I have a lot of friends that like playing survival games. I wouldn't be surprised if they wanted to play it at some point. It got indefinitely delayed, cancelled like twice, but Hypixel reacquired it and is now in open testing. Is Hypixel a person? Is that like their username? Is that why it's called that? Hypixel Skyblock? Like it's the Skyblock made by Hypixel? Is that... Minecraft's a good sandbox for a horrible survival game? Yeah. Making good Skeletron arena and using it for mechs, cultists, even Moonlord. Yeah, yeah. Or Destroyer. Because it's usually nice to fight the Destroyer away from your NPCs, and Skeletron's not usually near your NPCs. Hypixel is the most possible Minecraft... No, I know that, but... I didn't know if Hypixel was, like, the name of the person in charge of Hypixel Skyblock. There's a Hypixel Studios project. It's a guy and a server named after the guy. Okay. Yeah. I mean, they said Hypixel acquired it. That is the sort of thing that makes it sound like, you know, somebody acquired it, a person. So yeah, I know what Hypixel is, like, in terms of what that is, but... Guy is called Simon. Okay, Simon Skyblock doesn't have quite the same ring to it. I don't know, I'd play Simon Skyblock. That'd be pretty cool. His in-game username is Hypixel, though? Okay. That makes sense. So, somebody said it has, like, Terraria level of crafting stations. I don't know if that's a good thing. I don't know if Terraria having the number of crafting stations that it has is a great thing. Like, I remember somebody had been talking about watching somebody play Terraria for the first time, and, like, there were a lot of crafting stations that they hadn't even realized were crafting stations because they didn't say crafting station on them. Which I can understand being frustrated by. But it's also the fact that, like, In your average Terraria world, you get to the point, especially in hard mode, where you just have a giant line of crafting stations. And you really don't need to have that. Like, you don't need to have sawmill, loom, dye vat, furnace, anvil, workbench, glass kiln, heavy workbench, ancient manipulator, alchemy table. Like, all these things just side by side. And then you want furniture sets? Okay. Asphalt making thing. Blendomatic. Each furniture set has, like, its own crafting station. Like, that's all stuff that the game really doesn't need to have, and it probably just, might be better without them. Right? Like, I think a lot of things being able to use to craft different things isn't inherently bad. But Cherry's got a lot of it, man. Solidifier. Play Minecraft to build. Okay, so it's not really a building sandboxy type thing. I mean, building's not unusual in survival games, but it's just not quite the same level of it. Magic storage combining all of them is probably the best solution. I don't know. Like, on the one hand, I appreciate magic storage making crafting convenient. On the other hand, I really don't like magic storage just going, oh, hey, what the fuck is a chest? Just throw everything in one chest. Organization? The fuck's an organization? Yeah, this would be a lot faster with dynamite. I think once I get my jungle pylon up, I'll come back with dynamite to blow this stuff up. I think crafting stations, you don't think the crafting stations are good game designs for use magic storage? No, I don't think the crafting stations themselves are bad. I mean, they serve as a way to limit what you're able to make until a certain point in progression, right? That's reasonable. I think it's more just the fact that they use a bit too many of them. A good example, I don't think the ancient manipulator needs to exist. I really don't. I can understand why it exists from like a, oh, you're getting something new, and it doesn't really make sense to craft this stuff at an anvil, right? So we give you a new crafting station for it. But would it really make that much of a difference if you just, like, slap those fragments together at an anvil? Not really. The ancient manipulator literally exists to just craft, like, the endgame items once you're in endgame, and that's it. And literacy cultists would drop nothing. Okay, having a crafting station that only exists so that the boss will drop something is not a great justification for it, I think. Prefer with magic storage let you pull things from nearby chests with the crafting thing. Yeah, I think that'd be pretty cool. You first thought the heavy workbench was important. It's not, but it'd be nice to have more vertical upgrades instead of just the random side crafting stations. Yeah. You're slightly disappointed the piggy bank can store anything other than coins. God, could you imagine how much the piggy bank would suck if it could only store coins? It probably wouldn't feel too bad if that was its express purpose. For what I remember, the piggy bank used to not even be a personal storage for coin. It used to just be a personal storage, right? They added the coins inside of it being pulled in NPC shops later, right? What strategy used for the Eater of Worlds? Sit inside of it with a blade of grass, which, believe it or not, very effective. I know, real shocking stuff. I agree with Ancient Manipulator being lame, especially because you get it before the materials to use it. Yeah. Yeah, you don't have to go out of your way to get the Ancient Manipulator. The game just throws it at you. It's inventing a solution to a problem that didn't exist. Missing a wall. This one here. Dryad, Painter, and I don't know. We'll throw the guide in here. Strategies for Brain of Cthulhu. Any piercing weapon is quite solid. You just sit in the main Crimson Cave. Phase 1, just keep attacking the creepers with piercing weapons. Getting attacked causes them to lose their attack towards you, and they just get knocked back. Whips are very good for that. Phase 2, just kind of keep moving in an open area and try to figure out where the real one is. You can cheese the brain by backing yourself into a corner, which manipulates where you can spawn, because he'll only teleport into open blocks if open blocks are available. He'll never teleport inside a solid block if an open block is available. So if there's only one of the 4 directions around you that has open blocks, he'll always teleport in that one. Then you can just kind of stun lock him with a mini shark or a rotted fork or something like that. Should be a dedicated anvil for meteorite. What's a medium versus large worlds? Don't really care that much. I think I'm done with my musket now. I think we're all in on melee. That's with the Knight's Edge point in progression. Okay, so we want to blow up this arena a bit. Got some dynamite. I play small boards because you're lazy and don't like walking. Fair. Oh. If we're fast about this, we probably, Frog obtained. Dude, it would be so much cooler if doing that just got you a frog as a pet. Dude, I would love it if you could just get a frog pet for Terraria. Kill it before it can breathe with sand gun and ebon sand? Yeah. That works really well. We're gonna need an obsidian skin potion to finish this, I think. Thankfully, we should have the stuff for it. What am I missing? Fire Blossom? I'm missing Fire Blossom. Do I have Fire Blossom? Did I plant Fire Blossom in this world? No, I didn't. Let's go get some fire. Damn, the Dryad was living down there. Have I ever played Noida? Yeah, I hated Noida. I refunded it on stream and then never played it again. This isn't... Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Stop it. Saying with Ebon makes a whole world of corruption. No, you can stop the sand from getting placed. Also, they were specifically talking about using it in the corruption, which isn't really going to make the whole world a corruption if they're using it to shoot the Eater of Worlds in the corruption. I mean, I hated Noida because it felt like the game just didn't respect my time. Um, I'm sure it's the type of game that could be enjoyable if you put the time into learning it, but a lot of the things just felt unnecessarily punishing for no reason except just to be punishing. Um, and it felt like the game didn't respect the people playing it. Um, it's cock and ball torture in video game form. If you're into that, sure, go wild. But, like, I'd rather be with a game that actually appreciates me. I like Rainworld. Rainworld feels significantly more respectful to its player than Noida does. Noida felt like Rainworld if every time you died, you restarted the game. Instead of going back to the last shelter. And you know what? Rainworld has tutorials! Rainworld has Monk! Rainworld hatched in a bunch of stuff to go, hey, actually, we realized the game was really punishing, and while, you know, the game is intended to be played in a way that's, kind of this cycle of rebirth, if you don't like that, we actually have a bunch of tutorials and, accessibility options that you can enable in this menu, to make the game easier. Which, do I use them? No. But I think the fact that the developers did something like that makes me go, hey, these guys respect the people that are playing the game. What type of game is Rainworld? It's a survival platformer game. It's kind of hard to give it a genre because it's a very unique game. But you control a small rodent-like creature called a slug cat. And you are basically dropped into an unfamiliar, unforgiving world with a bunch of predators. You're trying to survive. This is probably fine for a Plantera arena, right? Yeah, this is fine. Yeah, we're still making that pre-hardmode Plantera arena. No, it is fun, but secret endgame items are bizarrely impossible. I feel like most players consider accessibility to be a new name for cheats. I mean... I guess it depends on how you define cheating. Like, sure, if doing something that the game gives you the option of to make it easier is cheating, then I guess. But for the most part, there are options that exist so that you can customize the experience to be what you want it to be. Which can mean a lot for people that maybe are just working a 9-to-5 job and they get home and they're exhausted when they get home and they don't have time to sit here for a dozen hours dying repeatedly trying to learn some nuanced mechanic that the game doesn't tell you and has no tutorial for. And maybe that type of person would enjoy your game a lot more if you just allowed... One, had a tutorial to explain it. Noida, I'm looking at you. And Rainworld gives the player the option to have those tutorials, right? It's a game where you're supposed to do experimentation and stuff, but if you really struggle with experimentation, if you don't have time to do that experimentation, if you just want the game to be more straightforward and be like, hey, this is a mechanic that you might not have noticed. This is how that mechanic works. You can enable loading screen dips, right? I think having that option is really good. Not to mention, there are people who do have, like, legitimate disabilities that accessibility options are for, right? Like, some people may have very slow reaction times, or things like that, and, like, timer pressures, or, the ability to make, repetitive movements. Like, that's why Terraria has an auto-fire accessibility option. Like, some people can't click repeatedly, right? Being able to hold it down is a lot easier for them. And sure, does it make the game easier for everyone else by default? Yeah, sure, but it's also just a really nice quality of life feature. because tutorials are frowned upon in modern game design, especially among indie circles, because they're seen as a waste of time. I don't know if that's completely true. Like, I think there are plenty of games that have some level of tutorial, or guidance. I mean, there are definitely a lot of indie games that don't have tutorials, but there are also a lot of ones that do. I mean, Rainworld did have some tutorials, and then went through and added a lot more tutorials. I guess, like, you know, Risk of Rain 2 doesn't really have tutorials. Trying to think, just thinking of indie games. I guess a lot of roguelikes or roguelike adjacent games aren't super huge on tutorials. Terraria doesn't have a tutorial, but it does have the guide, which is supposed to, like, walk you through the game and keep you from getting lost. Souls games don't have tutorials? Yes, they do. The entire Northern Undead Asylum in Dark Souls 1 is a tutorial. They literally have fucking messages on the ground saying, press this button to walk. Press this button to attack. They absolutely have a tutorial. Yeah, there are Terraria versions with the tutorial. I guess it depends on what you classify a tutorial as, but I would say 100% Dark Souls has tutorials. Like how Slay the Spire does it. Yeah, providing the player with information can be nice. I think Slay the Spire is also a very straightforward game. Where a lot of the stuff in it is intuitive and you don't really need a tutorial, right? Like, you pick up cards. Those cards, good. You can see them and be like, this card does damage. Okay, I don't need to be told that, like, this is how HP works. I've played a video game before. I know how HP works. An indie tower defense game you played a lot doesn't have a dedicated tutorial. Instead, it says a couple notifications or floating words at the start. There's multiple negative reviews complaining about tutorials, and they somehow not figure out how to play a tower defense game. I don't know. Yeah, I guess a lot of indie games don't necessarily have tutorials, but I feel like there are a solid number that have something resembling a tutorial or just an outright tutorial. People think Dark Souls is way more hardcore than it really is. Even Dark Souls is a mechanic that makes it easier in a lot of tutorials if you know what to do. Yeah, I mean, I think Dark Souls is the, like, it's a difficult game, but I think it got that reputation because a lot of people who were not, like, really experienced gamers played it and were like, damn, this game's really hard. And so it kind of gets this reputation with people who are more casual gamers playing it and being like, wow, this is really difficult. Because it's easy enough for casual gamers to play, I think. And it's accessible enough that a wide audience could start playing it and realize, like, hey, this is a pretty difficult game. Is it the hardest game ever made? No. Is it particularly hardcore? Honestly, not really. But compared to the stuff they had played, I think it was significant enough. Dark Souls 1 is fair. It's one of the biggest lies in gaming, especially towards Dark Souls 1. Dark Souls 1 is fairly fair. I mean, what do you think is unfair in Dark Souls 1? I mean, there's definitely stuff in it that's kind of bullshit. The whole curse mechanic in that game is so stupidly unfairly punishing. So I think if we were going to use this arena for Plantera, best thing to do would be to flood the bottom with lava so that it's completely safe whenever we want to fight Plantera. That way we don't have to worry about tortoises and stuff spawning. So we could throw that lava down there in here. Just in the tutorial alone, there's a big boulder that suddenly appears and rolls over you when you try to go up the stairs. Yeah, it does have a lot of stuff like that. Yeah, I guess that's true. You dislike the every enemy as a boss philosophy a lot of Dark Souls derivatives have. Just waiting to... Oh, yeah, that was one of the things I really disliked about Elden Ring. Elden Ring's entire design philosophy, I felt like I led the game to feel particularly tedious, especially the DLC and late base game. Like, early Elden Ring, not as big of an issue, but as you get into the DLC and the late areas in the base game, everything felt like such a slog, just sitting there waiting for enemies to finish attacking. This is inconvenient. We gotta block swap this up here, otherwise the pylon will break. Tried Elden Ring, but it just looked like more time you could commit. Yeah, it's a very large game, and it's the sort of game where if you leave for a while, you're gonna completely forget everything that was happening. Yeah, when I was playing Noida, I got like an hour into the game without even realizing that like wand crafting was supposed to be a thing, which I feel like is kind of a failure on the part of the game. I'm gonna go ahead and save and quit to settle that lava. Like I feel like I could have just put in a really quick like, hey, you can combine different wand effects. And then that could just be like, okay, nice. Now I'll know to experiment with it. And I feel like the game didn't really give me that. And I mean, honestly, I played it a long time ago, so the things I remember about it are half remembered, but I miss physical games for one reason. They're easier to like loan to someone, but digital games are more convenient. Yeah, one of the things that was really cool about physical games is they would have manuals, right? I do think there's a not insignificant, a non-zero group of people today that like the tutorial-less nature of older games, but also don't fully acknowledge that those older games came with manuals that would tell you how to play the game. Right? Because that was the thing with physical copies of the game. You would have a pamphlet with it that told you the basics of the game and how to play it. And that meant that the game didn't need to have that tutorial because the game told you how to play it through that. Old video games didn't just give you nothing. They might not have tutorials, but they would have some other means of telling people. And sometimes games are wiki games, right? Sometimes wikis fill that same niche. Your own game is simple enough that the only tutorial needed was several text boxes, most in the early levels. I think that's good. I think games that are simple enough that they don't need a tutorial can be really nice. I think that's like Slay the Spire kind of accomplishes that, where Slay the Spire is not complicated. You can just show up and understand what's happening, start playing it. Okay, so we spent a while digging that Plantera arena, mining it out. Should hopefully pay off later. If we wanted to build a life fruit farm, we could build that later. We don't need to do that right now. Terraria is definitely a wiki game. Actually, if we kept going... Jesus. That underground desert is right up against... 1. The underground desert is past the jungle. 2. The underground desert is right up against the jungle temple. If we went like another half a screen down, we would have ran into the temple. Hotline Miami is amazing in how simple the concept of a game is. No platform in Plantera Arena? I mean, we're going to have wings. Why would I need platforms? I can fly. Skeletron? It's almost nighttime. Should be fine, too. Make an iron skin potion. The desert temple? Yeah, really. Or the jungle pyramid. Night Owl. We've got feral claws. That's fine. I mean, it's Skeletron. We'll be fine. We have defense. I probably want to build an arena. I don't have a bricklayer in this world. Do I have the stuff for a builder potion? I should. Yeah. Have I been to the dungeon? Oh, did I haven't even been to the dungeon? Okay, well, we should go to the dungeon. We have a volcano, though. We have plenty of damage. Maybe I'll reforge a couple things. Right, I can't get there. Well, this is fine. We have Heart Lantern. We have Campfire. We have Mobility. Yeah, we're fine. So remember I accidentally quick-stacked my dynamite into the temple chest? Yeah, in the hardcore Get Fixed Boy world? Yeah, I remember that one. So he's just absent-mindedly pressing quick-stack. You think I'm right about the Noida tutorial and not being enough, but the system's in place so deep that you think it was made for the community to discover together. I think stuff like that could be nice, but like it's not hard to just tell the player some really basic fundamental stuff. You tend to kill Skeletron with a boomstick for the head and Volcano for the hands. Yeah, that's fair. Volcano works really well in the hands. Especially because the hand contact damage is pretty low. Volcano on Skeletron's head itself is a little bit awkward, honestly. We might genuinely swap to Star Fury for killing the skull itself when it's not spinning. Wish the crafting interface scrolled faster. Oh, we got a underground dungeon here. It's like a For the Worthy seed. Right. Build a potion. Place campfire. Place heart lantern. So yeah, as we can compare what kind of situation the two characters that we have are in, this one did a lot more preparation before going into hard mode. The first one did a lot less preparation, and we can kind of compare how long each of them takes, whether we have to put ourselves in a dangerous situation to do the same preparation that we could have done in late pre-hard mode here. How many characters we've gotten to hard mode so far? This is our second character we're getting to hard mode. I don't really know if there's too much different that we do with the other characters, though. Like, is there anything that we could have done with this character or the previous character that we didn't do that would be interesting to try as a strategy? You guys have any ideas? You know, for Fallout, people complain that the game doesn't explain anything, but the game comes with a 100-page manual that explains everything. Shout out to manuals. What do I think of Silksong? I enjoyed Silksong, but it might have just been because I was too busy with other stuff. It might have just been because there were other games consuming my attention at the time. It might have just been because of the way the game was designed, but I really didn't have that much interest in going back to continue playing it or finish it, like 100%, after my first playthrough. Okay. Well, up we go. I think I want to swap in. No, we're good. So we are slowed taking these hits, but as long as we acknowledge this. Silksong is a lot of frustration and tedious for the sake of it. Yeah, it does. There were definitely a lot of fights in that game that felt overtuned, especially pre-patch. When I was playing it on a dance pad, I was getting very, very annoyed with how overtuned some of the stuff in the game is. Which a lot of that early game stuff was nerfed, but what is it, Moorwing? Dude, pre-patch Moorwing on a dance pad was a nightmare. Sister Splinter was also incredibly frustrating to try to do. And just so much stuff that, like, if you're playing fine is fine, but if you're not playing fine, you die in 3 hits. Because everything just does 2 masks of damage for no reason. And a lot of stuff that just felt like needlessly overtuned. Like a lot of the common enemies having like more complex attacks patterns than bosses. Right? Like what is that? Why do the ant warriors in the ant place have like more attacks than most bosses? Sister Splinter's questionable hitboxes. Yeah, and the fact that each of the summons that she had did 2 masks of damage was ridiculous. I think they changed that so they only did 1 mask of damage now. Is it better or worse than Hollow Knight? I think Hollow Knight is a better game. I think Silksong is a more difficult game and can feel more rewarding to master. I think it has more mechanical depth through all the crests and options. I also think Silksong is great for people that enjoyed Hollow Knight, are good at Hollow Knight, and wanted a step up in difficulty from Hollow Knight. Yeah. Silksong has way more content too. Yeah. I do think... I mean... It would be hard to make Hollow Knight again, right? Hollow Knight was a fantastic game. The general atmosphere and vibe of the game was incredible. I don't think Silksong captures the same, like, vibe of Hollow Knight. The whole, like, decaying kingdom being a speechless character. I felt like all that was nailed really well in Hollow Knight. Whereas the story in Silksong felt more confusing. I appreciated that the game, coming from having played Hollow Knight, I appreciated that the game just got into playing it. Like, Silksong feels like it expected you to play Hollow Knight. Right, if you played Hollow Knight, then you'll go into Silksong and, man, we've been getting Book of Skulls pretty frequently recently. And it'll just feel like a natural transition. If you haven't played Hollow Knight, oh boy, I would really feel bad for anyone playing Silksong that didn't play Hollow Knight first. Okay, dungeon? Do we want anything? I guess I could, buy a safe in case I need to store some stuff. The more linear nature was a bit disappointing, having appreciated the freeform exploration in Hollow Knight, but it may have been necessary to make it stand out from Hollow Knight. Is the game that linear? It's not nearly as non-linear as Hollow Knight, but I didn't think it was that linear. Some of the quests in Silksong are pure dog shit. I didn't, from what I remember, I think Silksong has what I would consider Dark Souls 3 syndrome, which is just giving every boss a second phase. Or multiple phases, or multiple health bars, or stuff like that. I'm not a huge fan of that kind of game design. I like it when a boss is just the boss. And not that second phases are bad, but I think it's the sort of thing that should be done in specific situations rather than just everything having extra phases. That's something that's bad. I think it's something that just gets tiring after a while, because it goes from being, okay, here's the boss, to, okay, when does the actual boss fight start? When are we getting to the second health bar? When does the second phase happen? Like, second health bars and second phases are cool when they happen sometimes. When they always happen, it's just, it's fatigue. It's exhausting. Elden Ring has the same issue. Dark Souls 3 has the same issue. Like, it's something you can't just throw everywhere, because then it just loses all meaning. Right? It's not a second phase, it's just, oh, okay, everything has multiple health bars and multiple phases. This is Arma Masa. Make sure to keep a note of this. Makes you mad when you deplete a health bar and it doesn't kill the boss. Guardian Ape moment. Loses the aura and hype after a while. Yeah, like, it's second health bars or second phases that are really fucking cool. The one that I always remember, Guardian Ape in Sekiro is a fucking phenomenal use of a second health bar or second phase. That's incredible. The Moonlord in Terraria having a second phase makes sense. It's something that you see coming. You know it's going to happen. I think a lot of Terraria's second phases are done in a way that doesn't feel like, oh, okay, well, I guess there's just something else entirely. I don't have a problem with a lot of Terraria's second phases, because also a lot of the bosses don't have second phases. But in other games, I remember something that I found very annoying in Dark Souls 3, where it just, everything always had a second phase. And it just became predictable, yeah. Calamity did the coolest thing with Yarn's second phase, and they butchered it at some point. The second phase in Terraria doesn't feel like a completely different boss. Oh my god, yeah. Elden Ring? Dude, Elden Ring's final boss, Elden Ring's whole endgame, I despise. The whole final stretch of encounters in Elden Ring, I think, is so, like, obtuse. It's literally like 7 or 8 bosses back to back. You're in Crumbling Farum Azula. You walk up the stairs. There's a Draconic Tree Sentinel on the stairs. Okay, Draconic Tree Sentinel was a boss from earlier in the game. You walk up the stairs. There's, what's his face? The Beast Blood guy. His first phase, completely different from his second phase, which is Malekith. You're basically, the second health bar, or this halfway point of the fight, is completely different from the first one. You go from, like, Geraint to, Malekith. And that's basically 3 bosses in a row. And all you've done is walk up some stairs. And then you go to Landell, covered in ash. You know what you do? You walk up some stairs, and fucking Gideon's there. And that's a boss fight. There's nothing else in between them. That's been 4 bosses in a row. You walk up some stairs. You know who's there? Godfrey? He's got a health bar. Godfrey? Godfrey's second phase, completely different from the first one. It's Horolo. Okay. That's been like 6 bosses in a row, and all you've done is walk up some stairs. You walk up some more stairs, nothing else in between them. There's Radagon. Radagon's second phase, completely different boss. And all you've done is walk up some stairs. That's like 8 bosses in a row, depending on your definition of it. You could maybe narrow it down to like 5 if you don't count Gideon and some of the second phases and stuff. But like, that's fucking way too much to just put one after another with nothing in between. Except stairs. It's just this slog of a boss gauntlet. And a lot of the bosses aren't even bad, but like by the time I get to Godfrey, who I like Godfrey as a boss, I'm just exhausted from everything before it. Oh yeah, and Elden Beast is really annoying. And then having to get through Radagon every single time you want to get to Elden Beast. Like, I remember that end game just feeling so annoying. Not to mention the fact that the last couple areas really drag on. Like, the enemies in Crumbling Farum Azula, I remember being pretty annoying. The whole mountaintop of the giants is awful. Fire Giant is miserable. Let's go to a Demon Altar. Godfrey Phase 1 is superb. Phase 2 not so much. Yeah, I do really like Godfrey's Phase 1. Phase 2 is cool, but Phase 1 is genuinely, like, really fun. I kind of wish the Phase 1 was the whole fight. Which is another thing that can be disappointing about 2 phases, is that sometimes one of the phases is way better than the other one. And sometimes it's the first phase. And then, like, what if we just made the entire boss fight the part that was fun, instead of only having half of the boss fight be the part that's really fun, and then the other half not be it. Game's main progression falls off a lot from Morgoth. Yeah. I agree with that. Okay, what do we want from the dungeon? Cobalt Shield, Alchemy Table, I guess a Shadow Key. That's really about it. Peaks in mid-game and lane delve and it falls off. Yeah. And I also... Elden Game. Yeah, Elden Game. My favorite Souls game. Elden Ring is a game that... It's the only Souls game that I, like, mentally, actively dread thinking about replaying. Right? Dark Souls 2, I'd replay in a heartbeat. Dark Souls 1, I'd replay in a heartbeat. Dark Souls 3, I'd probably replay in a heartbeat. Elden Ring? There's so much in Elden Ring that just feels like a slog, and the beginning of the game is just running around areas. The open world, I feel like, doesn't feel rewarding. It's more just running around trying to collect specific things and memorizing exactly where they are. There are so many side bosses and dungeons, and they all feel, like, useless. Just fighting through the same enemies over and over again. The end of the game is a slog to get through. The beginning of the game is a lot of just, like, running around preparing for stuff. It's very slow. One of my friends described Elden Ring as, instead of the game... That was a weird 2 water candles side by side on a table. Instead of the game giving you something fun, the game requires you to run around looking for something fun to do. And I felt like that was a very apt way of putting it. Which is, most other games just have fun things. There's a water bolt here. And you can just play the game and expect it to give you something fun. But Elden Ring doesn't really do that. Elden Ring requires you to go run around on your horse for an hour looking for something that's actually fun. You can't just go, oh, hey, here's a dungeon. The dungeon's gonna be fun. Because no, like 90% of the side dungeons are trash. You have to like run around trying to find something that'll actually be enjoyable. The one dungeon at the end of Radahn's area is something else. Oh, yeah. I guess we open this chest. Just stop him from showing up. Yeah. And I think I had done several challenges in Elden Ring. And I think by the end of it, it really... How much of a slog the game felt like really felt like it was drilled into me. And granted, some of the challenges I do were needlessly slow. Like, I beat the game without touching Grace. Which, yeah, I wouldn't recommend doing that one. If you ever die, you have to just run all the way back from the, like, initial spawn point. And I did this pretty early in the game. I wasn't that great at it. I died a few times. I did pot only, which really highlighted to me how flawed the crafting system in Elden Ring was. And then I beat the game on a dance pad, which I enjoyed for the most part. But by the end of it, I was very tired with things. I went through most of the game not using any like Ash summons or anything, but I think at the point I got to Godskin Duo, which is the point in the game where everything just starts to feel like a slog, Mountaintop of the Giants and beyond. I was just fucking done. And I started using Mimic Tear. The DLC having the fragments is so painful. Yeah, I did not like Shadow of the Erd Tree. I honestly, genuinely, would not recommend Shadow of the Erd Tree for the price point that it had. Because it was, what, like $40? Like, that's a lot of money. That's like the price of a whole ass game, or multiple games, or a lot of games, like indie games on sale. And it felt like it wasn't a bad DLC, but it felt like it just, I didn't feel like it was worth the $40 I had spent on it. That's 8 on sale Terrarias, yeah. Because I remember the DLC did have some really high highs. It had some really great dungeons. The like library area in the DLC is one of the best dungeons FromSoft has ever made. But I remember having mixed opinions on a lot of the bosses. I did not like Consort Radahn. 1, it felt like Consort Radahn came out of nowhere as the final boss. 2, that fight was miserable, especially pre-patch. I remember liking, who's the snake guy? The snake guy in the DLC. He was cool. And it felt like that was super built up to. I felt like he was going to be the final boss or something. No, he was just some random mid-boss. The Frenzied Flame area was an area that was super cool your first way through it. Midra and Midra's Manse, also great areas. The entire Frenzied, like, Abyss area, though, horrible area. There's nothing there, and the mechanics of it are not fun. Cool your first time experiencing it, but miserable to go through after that, because there's nothing there. And then Midra's Manse, the dungeon has, like... I feel like the dungeon perfectly encapsulates an issue with Elden Ring, which is that it spams Grace everywhere completely unnecessarily. Midra's Manse has a central grace, and there are 2 different checkpoints in the Legacy Dungeon that go back to the initial thing, like a Firelink Shrine or like an Undead Burg bonfire, where you get further in the level, you kick down a ladder, you open a secret door, and it allows you to come back from the same grace and keep going through, and all the level interconnects, and at each one of those checkpoints, they just put a fucking grace after the checkpoint, making the entire checkpoint pointless. Like, they went through the trouble of making a shortcut ladder, and then just making a checkpoint after the shortcut ladder that made the shortcut back completely pointless. Why even bother designing the dungeon in a clever or interesting way if you're just gonna do that? What's the point? Okay, I think we're pretty ready for the Wall of Flesh now. Okay. Are there any other preparations we would want to do before hard mode? We've got our Plantera Arena. We've got an herb farm. We've got some pylons set up. I guess we could set up a few more pylons, maybe an ocean pylon. I really don't want to get a magic conch. I've already explored so much of the underground desert. Shimmer? Yeah, we could find the shimmer. We could find the shimmer and make a shimmer pylon. That's not a bad idea. We've got good mining speed too, so it shouldn't take too long. Yeah, all you have to do is add a torch to a sky island, and most of the time it'll turn into a valid NPC house. Gold watch? Getting a watch upgrade wouldn't be a bad idea. Getting a Magiluminescence would also be pretty nice, because right now we don't have one, and it's quite nice for the Wall of Flesh, especially if you don't have lightning boots. Yeah, I think once we get this character to hard mode, I'll end the stream there, and then I'll probably just take the other 2 characters to hard mode off stream, because I don't think there's anything super interesting that's going to happen with them there. You guys end up with a traveling merchant on a random sky island? Yeah, that is the risk you take. Making a stone bridge in hell to farm souls and biomaterials in hard mode? I mean, that's just a Wall of Flesh arena, right? Plus, you can always make that in hard mode easily, as long as you're pre-mech. Because the Underworld enemies aren't going to change. Should check if there's an aglet here. No, take these though. Lightning boots would not be a terrible idea. Yeah, it is. I feel like you can really tell how much defense impacts things in pre-hard mode by just looking at how different this character was, where we got a goblin invasion immediately, and got a bunch of defensive accessories immediately, versus the first world, where we didn't get a goblin invasion for forever, and like we actually took damage from things. If I ever found a crystal chest and get fixed boy, I'm not sure what you're asking. No, crystal chests don't spawn and get fixed boy. What's the context here? I'm not aware of them spawning and get fixed boy, at least. If they did spawn, my guess would be it's some weird celebration thing, but I feel like that'd be troublesome, because you could shimmer crystal for pre-hard mode crystal if that was the case, no? So I feel like that's not something they would be keen on doing. I'm not sure on the slime dropping soul status. I think you can use it for biome keys, but not souls. Is that the situation? I thought they had made it so that they'd... Oh, shimmer slimes. Oh, so you, what, fight them in the shimmer? Okay, well, do a bit of mining. That seems like a pretty good strategy. Maybe farm a couple gnomes? Nah, I think we're fine. You're not wrong that it could help out, but I kind of just want to fight the Wall of Flesh, and I don't... The main thing I would want luck for, I think, is antlion mandibles. We've got a lot of those. Ice feathers are another possible option, but honestly, I'm a much bigger fan of pixie dust because you can shimmer the wings later. And then you just get a huge influx of pixie dust, which lets you, I don't need this key anymore. Here's another good example of drinking a danger sense potion. It would be very easy to accidentally step on that explosive and die. Oh, we fought the wall last time. Yeah. Killed him with the Phoenix Blaster, stone dead. I feel like these are two very good routes through pre-hard mode though. You have the melee route, Volcano, Blade of Grass, Night's Edge, and then you have the ranged route, you know, Boomstick, Phoenix Blaster, other ranged weapons. And it's not like you need to strictly stick to one, but they're both very good options. Apparently, a couple of your friends have found them. Not sure if it's a world gen bug or an accidental transmutation. It's got to be an accidental transmutation. I feel like. Did the chests have normal items in them? Still 5 explosive. I don't know if there's a specific number of explosive traps that will spawn. Is this shimmer? That shimmer. Okay. Damn. 2 coin portals. That's very fortunate. Spelunker potion. Yeah, again, the whole find shimmer, just go to the ocean and just kind of dig down works 90% of the time. And if it doesn't work, you just go a bit further to the side, especially on medium and small worlds. Do you have enough bass statues set up for any arenas? I don't actually have any bass statues, but I don't think you really need them. At least I don't need them. It's the sort of thing that can be nice, but I don't think is super necessary and is not going to make or break a fight. I think bass statues are the sort of thing that if you get them, they're nice, but they're not going to... You don't need to bend over backwards for them. Can also spawn under the ocean. I think we're under the ocean. Yeah, I mean, we were a screen away from the ocean, but... It's less common that it spawns directly underneath the ocean, and if it does, well, you just dig under the ocean. Okay, it's nighttime right now, so we should be... good. Yes, you know a thing or two about not dying? I've actually lived for a... I've probably lived for more than most of you without dying. Not all of you, but I've probably lived a longer life than most of you without dying a single time. Not once. Invisible enemies. Yay! Yay! I've lost hardcore runs to invisible enemies in the Shimmer. It really can be quite scary. Hello, Shimmer Slime. Okay, Shimmer avail. Hello? There's a Shelly? There's a Shelly. Okay. I'm just gonna go ahead and, okay, one, buy a cavern pylon. Two, block this off so enemies don't fall in here, because I'm sick of them being invisible. Yeah, you think a giant Shelly being invisible in the Shimmer is cute, and then you, like, have a tortoise show up in the Shimmer or something completely invisible. By the way, very, cool thing. If you ever fall into the Shimmer near a Shimmer pylon, and you want to get back, you can just click on the cavern pylon, teleport to itself. Okay, I think we're Wall of Flesh ready now. We've got plenty of herbs, we've got plenty of defense, we've got pylons set up throughout the world. We've got potions. Do we have a shark statue? I don't know if we have a shark statue in this world. We don't have a shark statue. Okay. Well, that's a potential interesting point of comparison from this world to the other world, because we did have a shark statue in the other world. And I think shark statue is pretty incredible. So maybe we can contrast how much that's actually helping us, or how many more dangerous situations we get into. Would you delay going into hard mode to get a shark statue? That's an interesting question. I mean, if I was in legendary mode, 100%. Master mode? I don't know. I feel like you can kind of do something similar with night owl potions. For the potion, not for a mega shark. Yeah, I meant for the potions. Oh, I remember when banana rings stacked. I remember never using banana rings, yeah. It's very clear in my mind. Couldn't I farm sharks to make the statue? I don't think you can craft a shark statue. Be news to me if you could. Might be thinking of a modded recipe. Okay, well, we've got our Knight's Edge. We've got planter boxes. We'll probably buy a couple more. We don't have that many. We'll need to build an arena and get some potion buffs, and then we are set. Something that gives damage. That's fine. We can drink a Titan potion to supplement knockback. Worm Scarf, Worm Scarf, Worm Scarf, Worm Scarf. Nice. Dude, we've been getting great Reforged luck on this character. Where was this last time? Not that it mattered, we didn't die or anything, but... Okay, that's all of our Reforges. We are Gold Bunny. Gold Bunny. Shimmer Life Crystal? I mean, I could. It really, like, has almost no impact, though. You ever truly consider farming for biome keys? No. No, the thing is, the more time you spend in the world, the more likely it is you just die to something random. I actually have had a hardcore legendary for the worthy run die when farming biome keys. It was a summoner specific world. I had a triple snow biome desert corruption setup, and I died to some random corruptor that was off screen in a place I wasn't expecting that shot me when I was going between to collect stuff. The thing that's gonna kill you is just making some random small mistake, and farming for something that's gonna take a long time is just adding a lot of extra time where you could be making those mistakes. And none of the biome key weapons are that amazing. I mean, vampire knives are pretty nice for cheesy stuff. But I wouldn't really consider them for most serious playthroughs. Man. I've got too many houses. I gotta walk back there on foot now. Do I have potions of return? Do I have a shadow key? I don't have any of that. Yikes. Okay, this is gonna be a bit slow because of this. Okay, here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna take our potion buffs now. And we're just gonna take one trip down to the Underworld to get a Titan potion. It's important. If you don't find a shark statue, you'll just find a natural shark farm. Yeah, that's fair. Not a terrible idea. Builder potion. Do I have anything besides these? Not really. I wanted a magiluminescence. This is where the shimmer comes in handy. I didn't have any topaz, which is why I didn't want to make one earlier, but I can shimmer my sapphires down to topaz. Okay, I picked them up. I probably swap feral claws here. It's fine. Any notable strategies tested / discovered during the stream? I mean, no, we're not really like doing a bunch of testing to find new things. It's more just seeing what works. And like late pre-hard mode, there's not really a whole lot going on here to innovate with. So it's not like super interesting in terms of coming up with new strategies. I imagine once we get into like hard mode, there'll be a lot more stuff, because I think hard mode is where I think from what I was gauging when I asked people what kind of things they struggle with. Oh, you know what I should do? I should buy a mechanical lens before I forget and die to some random. I'm broke. Flowy boots. Inner tube. Magic mirror. And she's not very happy right now. Oh, she's not very happy because she doesn't have a house. Because I destroyed her wall. That would make sense. That would make sense. I thought it was getting a pretty bad price and things were a bit expensive. What's my favorite armor? Like, effect-wise, visually, or what? I actually really like the Chlorophyte Crystal set bonus. I think that's actually a pretty cool armor set. It's been growing on me a lot. Visually, I don't care. Okay, another example of a place where I could very easily die if I got complacent. Another example of a place where I could very easily die if I got complacent. Yeah, check out that one. I'm getting tons of explosive traps in this world. This is where that mechanical lens comes in handy, because you're traveling through areas you've been to before. We've already disarmed this one, but... and you don't think there's any danger, but there is. There could always just be some random trap in a small spot that you didn't see, and then it kills you. And you don't want to have to drink danger sense potions constantly, so that's where the mechanical lens really comes in. Thoughts on forbidden armor? Well, I'm not allowed to get it, so I don't think a whole lot of it. There's another woman. Lost girl? Why don't you just find where she's going then? Get a map. Getting guide to peaceful coexistence. The one that stops you from destroying plants? Why? What do you see if someone forwards a message on Discord from a server you're not in? If it's a public server, I know it forwards perfectly fine. If it's a private server, I'm not 100% sure what happens. Plants and enemies? Oh, is that one combined, the critter companionship and the plant one? If the metal detector is rare? I've gotten 3. I can detect all sorts of metals. I can detect metals that you didn't even know existed. It still forwards, just didn't say where from. Okay. Yeah, let's... who am I, Sky? Yee Ho Milk and Johnny. That'll turn my pylon back on. Okay. Yep. Build a potion. I think that sandstorms are extremely inconsistent in their spawning, and forbidden armor is never something I'm going to incidentally have the materials for, because, well, you'd need to kill 3 desert elementals, or sand elementals? Sand elementals, during sandstorms, and 1, sandstorms never happen. 2, sandstorms are very dangerous. The fucking sharks and giant worms and stuff, terrifying. I don't want to be there. So I'm not going to be in there unless I want something, unless I want forbidden fragments. The spirit lamp is good, so like maybe you try to get fragments for that, but you need to kill a bunch of extra ones to get enough for the armor set. And like the armor set's just okay. I think the set bonus can be used to Cheese Destroyer, if I'm not mistaken. I think it has like high damage, infinite piercing, and if you coil it at the right time, it can be effective. I'm not 100% sure on that. I've never tried it. And like stat wise, I think it's okay for a mage summoner mix, but it's just kind of okay. It's not really, I don't usually do, 1, I don't really do class mixing that much. 2, I don't play mage or summoner very much. I play summoner sometimes, I don't play mage very much. So it only hits about 30 times? Oh, that's disappointing. So, the odds of me using an armor set that's designed for Mage and Summoner, the 2 classes I play the least, isn't super high. And the odds of me, if I'm playing those classes, going out of my way to get probably the most annoying armor set to try to obtain is pretty low. Mage Guide incoming. Step 1. Delete your character and play a Ranger instead. No, mage is fine after, the beginning of the game. It's mostly just that I don't like magic weapons that much, the way that their mechanics work. Like, early hard mode, mage isn't bad, I just really don't like the weapons. The rainbow rod's solid, I don't mind the rainbow rod. I do like that one, but a lot of the other ones I'm just not a big fan of. So good for Destroyer compared to the standard options, that's fair. Yeah, it'll do a lot more than, like, titanium. Definitely. Yeah, I will say, when you're building your arena in pre-hard mode, do not underestimate demons. They do a lot of damage with those scythes. You could say they're like a pre-hard mode version of Red Devils. Although, the demon's not going to one-shot you. Ranger standing still for armor set bonuses seems counterintuitive to how the class plays overall. Yeah, mechanically, I don't think that's a great system. There are times where it works well. It's great for the Old One's army. It can work well for the moons and other invasions. I've done solar eclipses with Shroomite armor and a sniper rifle, I think. And, like, if you just sit still, high velocity piercing from the sniper rifle, shoot horizontally, you'll kill most things before they ever get to you, which can be pretty cool. But yeah, most boss fights and stuff, it's completely useless. The one thing that Shroomite Stealth can do is a very niche interaction. But if you ever get a jungle key and you want to use the Piranha Gun, the Piranha Gun uses the damage that it has when you fire the weapon, and if the damage that you deal changes later, it locks in whatever it was when you initially fired it. So, if you have stealth when you shoot the Piranha Gun will keep that bonus even after you lose the stealth and keep moving. So, it's like a 60% damage bonus. So if you're using the Piranha Gun, you should always make sure you shoot it from stealth, and then you can start dodging and moving later. Also, the Piranha Gun, for some fucking reason, like, doesn't work on the Empress of Light. The Piranha Gun can follow teleporting enemies perfectly fine, but it, like, specifically can't follow the Empress of Light when she teleports. Life fruits start spawning after you've killed one mechanical boss. The Empress's hitbox goes away. That makes sense. Mining potions, calming potion, obsidian skin potions can help. Yeah. Yeah, and having potions of return can really help out a lot too. I do think having a builder potion is probably the single best thing you can do. Builder potion, especially bricklayer. Like, just being able to place blocks faster means there's less time for enemies to spawn. If there's less time for enemies to spawn, then you won't have to spend as much time dealing with them, and it just... It really improves how quickly and effectively you can do things. Also, you do not need to clear out the entire Underworld when you're building an arena. Just putting platforms, planter boxes, whatever. Let's see, this is almost certainly enough for the Night's Edge. I'll err on the side of caution because this is hardcore, but this is enough. Your builder potion ran out and not the bees because you had to constantly reload to defuse larva and had no potions of return. Reloading doesn't cancel potion buffs, does it? Obsidian Rose. Okay. Reloading does not cancel potion buffs? Yeah. I don't think it did. Okay, let's build a little guide incinerator here to spawn the wall of flesh. What should you do after Moonlord? So personally, after the Moonlord, I just stop playing and like do another run if I want to keep playing. Missing a door. There you go. There's your door. People, you can get stuff like the Zenith or cell phone, or like go achievement hunting for like fishing stuff. You can do building, get into building stuff. You can play mods that add post-game content, but in general, there's not really a whole lot to do after the Moonlord. I wouldn't, it's kind of the end of the game. I do not want a feather fall for the wall of flesh. Imagine luminescence, got all that stuff. Got obsidian skin. Titan potion for knockback. Got a Knight's Edge, so we'll be fine. Got food buff. That will be okay. Yeah, we'll heal the foe, then roll out. I go ahead and eat all these now. Well, it's actually not a very long fight. Now we can roll out now. Hey! Stop it. There we go. Yeah, Titan potions are super nice to have on the Wall of Flesh. They really help with managing hungry. At least if you want to... Not in multiplayer. If you're in multiplayer, it's a little bit trickier. Right. This is a little inconvenient because we actually only hit one Wall of Flesh. I guess we can jump to hit both. That's fine. As long as we don't get licked, we will be A-okay. Yeah. You want to hit at least 2 segments at once when you're using a Knight's Edge. At the point we start running. I'm actually taking a fair bit of damage here. Maybe we'll make a little bit of distance. At least until our potion comes off cooldown. This is a bit inconvenient. Potion off cooldown. We got DPS or do we die? Nah, we die. Okay. What went wrong there? Not enough space? I guess not enough space. The kind of open area is definitely inconvenient. You can't open your map when you're dead? Wow, that's inconvenient. Oh. I guess probably just not enough space. Better to jump to hit all 3 segments or stick to hitting one at a time. And you want to hit multiple segments. I guess we probably... I guess maybe if you're using the Knight's Edge, you want to use blocks and not platforms. Yeah, I think that's probably it. I think planter boxes with Knight's Edge are a mistake because it spreads out the Wall of Flesh Eyes instead of compacting them together. Overconfidence? Probably less overconfidence and more just like, I've been playing for 6 hours, I'm kind of tired. Yeah, I think, I mean, if we had the thing be another 100, 200 blocks, we would have been fine. I think I probably just slightly underestimated how much space I should make my arena. So that's a good good lesson to learn, is err on the side of caution. This is also why I think making arenas and stuff in pre-hard mode is a mistake, because sometimes you die. You don't always get to hard mode, and then why spend the time building it if you're never going to use it? Yeah, I think it was probably the fact that the eyes were spread out a lot because I used planter boxes and not platforms. Works fine with ranged weapons. Doesn't work that well with melee weapons. And it was just overall on the small side. I should have made it a bit larger. Was that 1,500 planters? There's no way that was 1,500 planter boxes. There's maybe 1,000. I'm kind of curious the size difference between the two of them, because my my world size was pretty similar to let me actually check. It was the third character? Yeah. So this character. Let's get inside. Why was I doing so little damage? I would have killed the Wall of Flesh with my Phoenix Blaster in that same amount of space. I mean, I get that I swapped to the Star Fury after a little while. There was definitely chip damage from the lasers. My defense was pretty solid, but I guess just kind of being right up against them, it's a bit hard to dodge them. I was maybe overestimating the performance of the Knight's Edge a bit. I haven't used it on the Wall of Flesh in a little while. Yeah, Phoenix Blaster handily would have killed the Wall of Flesh by then. I think we probably had... The reason I thought we had enough space is I looked at how much it took in the first world and just kind of compared it. Hungry were eating the Knight's Edge hits? Yeah, they were. They were. Not consistently hitting 2 or more segments? Yeah, that's fair. I wonder if the Knight's Edge is just a bad recommendation for hardcore. Compared to Phoenix Blaster. Like, I think the odds of dying to the Wall of Flesh with the Phoenix Blaster, 0. Odds of dying with the Knight's Edge, clearly not 0. Something can go wrong. Isn't Knight's Edge extremely effective? It should be, but it wasn't for some reason. I'm not 100% sure why. It might have been the Hungry soaking up hits. It might have been the general overall arena design being very opening. Sharpening Station and Hail and Wrath Potion. Yeah, we weren't stacking a bunch of damage buffs. That is true. You might prefer Dark Lance? I would not use the Dark Lance here. Probably need more movement speed? No. I wasn't having movement speed issues at all. I was perfectly fine. Yeah, I was taking laser hits. But normally you can just out DPS that. With the Knight's Edge. But it wasn't for some reason. I'm not sure why. That or normally the lasers just miss you. I haven't, it's been probably like 3 or 4 months since I've used the Knight's Edge on the wall of... Actually, shit, when was the last time I used the Knight's Edge on the Wall of Flesh? It's been a really long time. So I don't entirely remember how the fight normally goes, but I don't remember it going like that. Hellwing of Phoenix Blaster? I think so, yeah. Like, I will say, people seem to be really fond of recommending the Knight's Edge for the Wall of Flesh. And don't get me wrong, I like the Knight's Edge for the Wall of Flesh. I've had a lot of success with the Knight's Edge in other worlds. But I don't think it's the best option for hardcore. I think putting yourself that close to the Wall of Flesh is an unnecessary risk. I think it's better to just use a ranged weapon. Why get that close if you don't need to? It might work most of the time. It didn't work here. I was expecting it to. It was something to do with, I mean, overall space and size. If I had a Phoenix Blaster as a backup weapon, that would have been fine. If I had a little more space, that would have been fine. Or more buffs. Yeah, if a few more damage buffs, that would have been fine. But it really felt like it underperformed you quite significantly. And I feel like I would much rather have a Phoenix Blaster or a Hellwing Bow, even Beanades, Quad Barrel Shotgun, Demon Scythe, Aqua Scepter, anything that just has distance on the Wall of Flesh. Like what would be the typical strategy for doing that without dying to chip damage from the lasers, right? Is it building the arena more specifically in a way that compacts the eyes together? Well, that's a lot of time. I'd rather just use a gun. Planter boxes? I mean, planter boxes definitely didn't help. But, like, if you're using a ranged weapon, you can just use planter boxes. I feel like it was probably the planter boxes. Having doors? Yeah. If you have the Knight's Edge, having the houses intact definitely helps because you can attack through them, but the Wall of Flesh can't attack lasers through them. Wall of Flesh for the first fight, you pull out random tier 3 foods, life force potions from Shadow Chest and the like. Yeah, I mean, I was not expecting the Wall of Flesh to do that much because genuinely, the first fight with the Wall of Flesh in the first world was such a pushover. Like, I don't even think we dropped below, like, 300 HP, and we used half the arena that I thought we were gonna use. So, with this one, I was like, okay, Knight's Edge, that should be a better weapon than the Phoenix Blaster on the Wall of Flesh. Like, it should be dealing more damage. We should need less space. We have more defense. This should be easier. And it wasn't. I think it might have been because of the planter boxes and all that. Wall of Flesh is a terrible boss to underestimate. I didn't even think I was underestimating him. I think it's more that I was overestimating the Knight's Edge. If I had a Phoenix Blaster in that same space, I'm pretty sure I would have killed him. Because space-wise, I can double-check how much space it was. Who's a random character? Let me take this one. It was the 4th world? This one here. We can see how much space I made. So went from here. Yeah, this is a very open space. Great for a ranged weapon. Terrible for the Knight's Edge. So I do think that was definitely part of it. To here. Yeah, that's about how much space it took for me to kill the Wall of Flesh with the Phoenix Blaster. If you're going to be so close, you're going to be taking lasers anyway. It's probably best to cram all 3 segments into a small space. Yeah, but I think that's a terrible, terrible idea for hardcore. Yeah, we died to Wall of Flesh, Erish. Because you don't want to over-engineer it. You don't want to spend... How long is it going to take to build that arena? Like... an hour? Hour and a half? I guess it depends how much you do compacting things. At least half an hour. This arena took 7 minutes to build. And it'd be perfect with a Phoenix Blaster. Or a Hellwing Bow. Or literally anything that has range. Just, not the Knight's Edge. Dirt bombs help for cramming it? Yeah, but then you have to buy a bunch of bombs and mine a bunch of dirt. Like, just... At that point, just get a Phoenix Blaster. It's faster, it's easier. I'd say it's safer. Because, you know, demons in the Underworld do 100 damage per hit. There's a lot of stuff that hits really hard. You don't want to spend a bunch of unnecessary time there. Knight's Edge for the start, Phoenix Blaster as a backup. Or just Phoenix Blaster the whole way through. I don't think I would recommend the Knight's Edge for hardcore. I don't. I think, if I needed to pick a weapon to fight the Wall of Flesh with consistently, easily, that minimized the risk of dying, I think I would always pick the Phoenix Blaster. The Knight's Edge can definitely perform more effectively, but you need to spend a lot more time building your arena in a way that plays into its strengths, I feel like. And you do still run the possibility of, if you mess up slightly, you're right next to the Wall of Flesh, you're dead. Whereas the Phoenix Blaster doesn't really have those issues, and I think it's just a lot more consistent. True melee is too risky for hardcore. Yeah, I think it's the sort of thing, especially, okay, let's look at this from your normal, typical player's perspective. The normal, typical player goes, oh, Knight's Edge, good for hardcore, good for Wall of Flesh. I'll make the Knight's Edge for the Wall of Flesh. But maybe they don't know that they need to do all of the building to force the eyes into the same spot. I wanted this guide not to specify builds. Well, I think giving a possible option and also going, hey, the Knight's Edge can be really good, but the Knight's Edge introduces you to a lot of risk or any close range weapon, right? Because it's less Knight's Edge specifically, and more just whatever you're using for the Wall of Flesh, make sure it keeps you far away from it. You want to have distance on him, and you want to avoid situations, because the further you are away from him, you can dodge the lasers, you can dodge his melee attacks. I think it's best used with Golf Coat and maximum knockback to keep the Hungry at bay. I don't think the Hungry were much of an issue. Our knockback was fine with a Titan Potion. I don't think the Golf Coat would have changed very much. What would the Golf Coat have done that what I was doing didn't do? Yeah, Inferno Potion's not bad. Like, how would the Golf Coat have meaningfully changed that fight? My speed was fine. My vertical mobility double jumps were fine. How does the Golf Coat change anything? That's what I don't get. Like, I get the Golf Coat being a nice option for mobility, but my mobility was solved. That wasn't an issue. More controlled acceleration, but my acceleration wasn't a problem. And I didn't have any accessories to put in for survivability or damage, so that wasn't necessary. I don't think getting a Golf Coat would have helped you. Plus, it would have taken like 30 or 40 minutes. The Wall of Flesh is not too fast to outspeed without it. Literally just Boots with a Magiluminescence, I'm pretty sure, is either matches or outpaces the Wall of Flesh in its last phase. Horses also work. Minecarts work. Dune Rider Boots work. Like, there were plenty of other options. But just like regular Lightning Boots with Magiluminescence, I'm pretty sure it beats the Wall of Flesh speed. It's like, what, 41 miles per hour? In terms of maxing it, Blaster is better 100%, but in this case, she needs more buffs. Yeah. I think it was just, underestimating space because I was expecting the Knight's Edge to perform better, but the circumstances where the Knight's Edge performs well requires more setup, which wasn't there, which is why I thought it was going to do more damage than it did, and then I just need a little bit more space. Panic Necklace also works well for the last phase. I mean, it would not have helped you, but yeah, I get what you're saying. Yeah, the Wall of Flesh is not that fast. On Legendary mode, it can get a bit faster, but yeah. Okay, well, yeah, I'll probably... I don't know if I'll stream tomorrow. I'll have to see. My semester starts tomorrow, so I'll have to see when my classes. Our Tuesday's usually a pretty busy day, but I'll see how it goes. We'll definitely go into early hard mode. I do think this was very valuable because we got to learn a lot about what to do and not do during the Wall of Flesh. I also think it's a nice lesson about the mechanical lens being awesome. And building arenas in pre-hard mode, I don't think it's really a great idea. I don't. Because if you die before that, then you just wasted all that time. Yeah. Bye, everyone. I'll see if I stream tomorrow. If not, sometime this week.